Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, October the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, Green. All right, guys. Well, this is Halloween, and we got some pretty scary things happening already. Look at EPIX, just got absolutely clobbered. I guess Janssen ends their trial. I guess they had some kind of an agreement with Johnson & Johnson, ending their trial enrollment. This happened, I guess the news hit right around here at 7 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So this has just gotten hammered this morning on that news. Another one getting hammered, TSP firing their CEO amid allegations that they some kind of financing from a China company or something to that effect. A media report being investigated over ties to a China startup. So anyway, TSP, EPIX just getting a couple of them just getting absolutely clobbered this morning. Whew. So anyway, those are a couple of the ones that are on the way down. Now, maybe this, I mean, this seems like it has pretty good news. Morning, Virash, sorry. This seems to have some pretty good news. Lockheed investing $100 million with this little company, only 82 million in the float. That is LLAP. Looks like there's pretty good resistance around just around 4 to 417. But that is interesting news, obviously. Here is the headline. Yeah, I received a $100 million investment from Lockheed Martin. So anyway, see what happens with this one. It's already up 37%. Casinos seem to be strong this morning. WYNN. Oh, this one in Melco, MLCO. So the casino seems stronger this morning. That's a big gap up for Win. Taking all this out on the daily chart. Take a look at it. Melco, MLCO. I didn't see any specific news. Well, actually, I see some more specific news. I mean, China, okay, loosens visa rules for gambling hub. So it looked like almost mixed, reimposes COVID curbs as China loosens visa rules for gambling hub. Take a look at MGM. Well, actually, let's take a look at LVS. Yeah, so most of them are up, but Win certainly is up. Looks like it's up the most. It's up 5%, but definitely a big gap up here, guys. Next high looking left is 63.81. This one had a huge run. Let's see if it's held. ENS, nah, wow. I looked at this. I was wondering if this was shortable for me at Interactive Broker. It is not shortable for me. It was not. Anyway, then, still not now. Releasing some positive data, top line results. So the stock popped all the way up to 549. It has come all the way back down. Mr. Ike and YouTubers, good morning. SXC let's see, actually has earning. Wow, it's an earnings play. That's right. This is an earnings play. Earnings this morning. So SXC pop up on earnings. And I have to do it. GME. GME is on the move here, guys. So through the 200-day moving average, pretty important right there. Through the 200-day moving average. No news on it specifically. Of course, it's just one of the meme stock, the main meme stock. So I think it's typing in meme. I think it's dragging a lot of them up. AMC, yeah, AMC is doing the same thing. AMC's got a ways to go to get through that 200-day though. Oh, it's junk, but you know what? It's moving. And then this one, this high flyer on Friday, QNGY, released a financing this morning. Well, at least they did it before the market opened. Didn't do it while, you know, we're still up in this 3 level. We'll talk about the trade of the week, guys. It is SHOP. Actually, I better put this up here. SHOP is the trade of the week. And the trigger is 3480. So again, that's part of the free service. Actually went out really early this morning. I had it when I woke up my time, 4 in the morning Pacific time, and it was already in my email. So anyway, let's take a look at SHOP. Take a look at why, Steve. Yeah, you can kind of see. So the trigger again is 3480, which is the high, probably the high. Yeah, so that's the high of Friday. Yeah, so I mean, if we can get through that and then get through that 30, well, I mean, it's got room. It's got some room, guys. Yeah, I just posted it, Peter. Yeah, so the meme stocks are alive today, guys. Yeah, GME and AMC, the probably number 1 and number 2 meme stocks. Oh, I'll even look at Ape. Yeah, Ape too. Now, this one obviously be extremely careful if you're even going to look at this one, but this is SLNA. What did it get to on Thursday? This got up to what, $48? Friday got up to $41, pulled all the way back down here to 14. So it's having a little run, but be awfully careful if you're going to look at something like this. So Viresh, I hope that you at least did. I'm just going to give you my homepage link just to get you started. You said you started, it's out a subscription to Trade Ideas yesterday. So if you go to my homepage, just put my homepage link in. Hopefully you have, and if you haven't, please do this first. Do this, let's get started with Trade Ideas. Okay, now you may have already done the download and installation and your login and all that, but I think it's pretty important that you do that. Take you about 30 minutes or 10 videos, okay? Oh, you did that, okay, good. All right, so EPIC, so let's take a look at TSP. I mean, yeah, obviously anytime you see a headline like that, CEO gets fired. Lots of shares available too at Interactive Brokers, 1.5 million. So I'm sure there are widespread shorts everywhere. Sounds like my computer might be using the laptop mic. Nope, not at all. I'm same old. Got my Yeti mic. It's the same. So let me. How's my sound coming through, guys? Any different? Okay, so it's got to be on your end, China. Pepe's always my barometer. All right, let me see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got this morning from briefing.com. Haven't hit my email yet. I see Amazon is still a little bit above 100 and Meta is still a little bit below 100. Kind of basing in those areas now. There's BBBY, guys. Another meme stock, of course. So we're in for a little bit of a negative open to start off with anyway. Yeah, the SPY's down 1.79 right now, so I forgot to mention eFresh, guys. I call this sort of earnings. We don't have an earnings date for them, but it looks like they've certainly released some financials. EFSH. After the company reported it sees $60 million in revenue and over 7 million, etc. So we don't have it as an earnings play, but I guess it is an earnings play. EFSH, low float, 3.5 million in the float, already traded 2 million. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I have my list here and I forgot to even mention this one. So the YMAB. Yeah, the YMAB. Wow. I mean, this has just got there. People had to have known right here. You know, that news about the news that hit on Friday afternoon. I mean, that had to be. I mean, look at this sell off on. I think that was on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. So that sell off was on Wednesday for YMABs, 1529 down to 1095. And then on Thursday down to 8. Now look at this, 564. Was halted on Friday for news. Yeah, that was the outcome of the FDA advisory committee meeting on their drug. So not good. Yeah, I see Sober's really taking a hit too here, guys. That's OBR. I don't know if our friend Shady is still in this one, but Sober is taking a pretty big hit here. Actually, had a big sell-off Friday afternoon. So the hit is not now. It was really Friday afternoon. All right, guys. Yeah. So finally, I've got some. Wow, a lot of downgrades this morning. So let me get some of the upgrades in right now. See, Gild, GILD, after their earnings on Friday, has another upgrade. I'm going to take a look at that one. See if we get a second day continuation of earnings for GILD. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. I want to see what Gilead is doing. Yeah, still hanging in there. I mean, that was a great day on Friday, guys. It basically ran all day, closed near the high, started off around 74, closed at 79. All right, let me get the downgrades in now. There are definitely more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Yeah, the Brazilian election, it was finalized yesterday in that runoff. So it's interesting to see what might happen with the Brazilian stocks today. I see PBR is downgraded. Just a few more downgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me just get those pasted into YouTube. Now, for those of you new, and I know you're new, Viresh, we do have, there are two trading rooms. I think it's a little confusing for people because they hear me responding to somebody and you're looking in YouTube, you don't see that. So there are two trading rooms. You can see in YouTube if you want, of course, but this is the link for what I call the main room. Okay, that was what I call the main room. Main room because there are more traders in there. There's a lot more activity among traders. Your charts are empty. Well, could be a bunch of things, but first of all, do you see a green ball in your toolbar? So if you look at your toolbar, do you see a green ball, meaning you have a connection? I might have to send you to our homepage. Okay. The only other thing I can think of is it's possible you did not fill out your, wow, look at TSP guys, just getting hammered again. Oh, I should have shorted that one. My instinct was to short this one. Anytime you see something like that, CEO being fired. Sorry, yeah, Viresh. It's possible you didn't fill out your exchange agreements correctly. I mean, there's that possibility. It's hard for me to help you, but I can give you a link. There are people literally standing by. Okay, so if you go to our homepage, just give me a moment. So oops, wrong one, wrong link. Sorry. Yeah, it's impossible for me to know, okay, why you're not, because the only thing I can suggest you try is before you do that is if you click on help, sorry, account, and then keep clicking on reset connection, okay, reset connection. So go to account in your toolbar and click on reset connection. Sometimes that'll get you started on your charts, okay? Try that before you go to our homepage. If that doesn't help, then you're going to have to go to the homepage. When you click on the link, I'm helping somebody in our YouTube room. When you click on the link, you will see, so wait for the pop-up to show up. There, the questions and answers. Click on the questions and answers and ask, and make sure you give them your email that you signed up so they can take a look at your account, okay? Oh, the reset did help? Okay, good. Yeah, fire there. Yeah, allegations of some kind of dealings with a China company. And to top that off, they've got earnings after hours. Just give me one moment, please. All right, I'm back. All right, so as I said, now we're in for a bit of a weaker open now. Okay, we had that little pop up, but weaker open. So let me take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to, excuse me, from the toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and then click on Show More, and then get down to the sector status. And we'll check the major sectors just before the market opens. All right, so if you're new to all this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is energy. XLE is a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 90% in red, what that means is 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close, okay? That's what that means. So just looking very quickly, there is no positive sector. I don't really, utilities can be positive when the market's weak because, you know, a lot of people will look at dividend bearing stocks, or dividend stocks, but there's really no strong sector right now, guys. You know, there's a tech sector, 82% are down, communication 70% down, etc. I mean, is there any, there is no strong sector really. However, as you know, I'll take a look at this, hopefully if I can remember, between about 10 to 10:15, and we will look at it in a different way. We'll look at it on the change from the open. So stocks could still be down from the close on Friday, but they could be higher than the opening print of the day, opening trade of the day. And so, you know, so they could be rallying a bit. I mean, I don't know, of course, if that's going to happen, but that's I always like looking at the change from the open. You know, obviously we can't do that right now because the market hasn't opened. Didn't see that upgrade for GRTS. It wasn't one of the ones that briefing.com had. Piper Sandler. Yeah, so Piper Sandler. Is that what it is? Oh, it's buried somewhere. No, it isn't. Target 6. That's what you're talking about. Amen. Okay. Again, if you're new, don't think that, oh, well, if Piper Sandler says it's going to 6, I might as well just pile into it at 286 because it's going to 6. Of course not. Okay. You know, that's an opinion. Yeah, Alex, so just so the question is, can I share the sector scanner and how I showed it? So from the toolbar, if you click on new, there, okay, and then click on docked channel bar, and then click on show more in order to see all the channels, show more, and then scroll down a little bit, and then where it says sector status, that's it. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on New, Dock Channel Bar, click on the Show More. You might have to scroll down to see the Show More. So you can see all the channels. That's all it is. And then sector status. Okay. That's an exercise I go through every morning about 10 minutes before the market opens, just to kind of see, you know, what could be in store for the day. Oh, boy, my instincts were correct, but my finger didn't press that sell button. TSP. And this is an all-time low now. This is probably going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Hey guys, I'm just kind of looking. So we'll just take a look at this EPIX. I mean, it's just got absolutely hammered on that news. This is the news. Johnson & Johnson suspends enrollment for trials. All right, guys. Well, a bit of an ominous red candle just before the open, on the SPY. Bit of an ominous one. We'll have to see what happens, of course, once this market opens. So now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. I'd like to see, let things settle down just a little bit. Not that everything is settled after 15 or 30 minutes, but certainly in the first 15 minutes, you can see stocks that just move up and down so quickly. So you get involved in something, and if you have a proper stop, you'll probably get stopped out almost immediately sometimes. So that's why I typically do not trade in the first 15. No mad rush. Yeah, I didn't see this one. Gelled. Oh, the reason why. Yeah, this is a earnings play. Gelled is an earnings play. See, Casa mentioned it. JELD is an earnings play. Didn't see it because the volume is so light. And I have one of my filters, probably at least 20. I think it has to be at least 20,000 pre-market in here. Oh, 10,000. Well, oh, there it is. I see it now. Okay, I do see it now. But again, the volume is just starting to pick up. It's an earnings play. It must have, what's the float like? 82 million. So it's not a low float, not crazy high. Then rum, guys, yeah, it's still pretty strong. What did it hit on Friday? Got up to 1225. So, this could get obviously really going if it ever takes out that, say, that 1372 mark. You can kind of see on the daily chart. Definitely a great move off that bottom 4 days ago. $7, 7 to 12. Okay, guys, there's that EPIC starting to move a little bit. And the market's open. Where's William? Guys, that snuck up on me. Okay, guys, the market is open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. As I say, I won't trade in the first 15 typically, so. Oh boy, that would have been an awesome trade. So TSB is still getting clobbered here. Absolutely clobbered. There's the EPIX, guys. EPIX is, trying to crawl back here. Highly risky with that news. GME continues to move higher, guys. I'm sorry. I thought it took out the high here. It did not. These are pre-market highs. Sorry. These are pre-market highs right there. 915. So yeah, $32 is the, oh boy, EPIX just got halted. Yeah, on the way up. And this is how nonsensical these things can be, guys. So, this company released some news, ENSC released some news, positive, here we go, positive top line results, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to read everything, but, pop that stock all the way up to 550. Look at it now, $2 drop on a $5 stock. It's actually gone negative. Just wasn't shortable for me. I looked at that and I thought, man, the problem is that and look at the float, 1 million in the float. This is just getting hammered. The problem is that we saw some last week that were, releasing information on preclinical trial data, phase 1/2. They popped, and instead of doing this, they kept moving. So you just never know. But this is typically what I would expect to happen. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but typically what I would expect happening. SONN, guys, is on the move here. SONN saw this in the pre-market. Let's see. Trading higher after the company announced an agreement with Janssen. Okay, so, that's exactly what happened with the EPICS. I think that's what got it rolling. Janssen is Johnson & Johnson. And that's why you just cannot look at LLAP. That's why you just cannot rely on the news. I mean, when you look at this news here, I mean, this looks awesome. $100 million investment from Lockheed Martin for a, 82 million in the float, little company. I mean, you would expect that that's the sort of news as opposed to, some of the other things that move and hardly what you would consider very sketchy news. You would have thought maybe this one would really start to rock, but look at it. Yeah, man. Where's that brick wall I can run my head into? TSP, guys. It just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's just I just can't do it now. Well, this SONN, I mean, this is ripping here, guys. Sort of saw this in the pre-market. Not sure why I didn't really talk about it, but I did see this in the pre-market. Look at the volume. And there's pins, guys. Pins just took out Friday's high, or is that Friday's high, I believe? PINS. Well, the apes are wild today, guys. GME, AMC, APE, the meme stocks. The meme stocks are wild today. All right, what's the market doing? So the market opened. So actually, we got a green bar forming on the 15-minute chart in the SPY. I mean, this is a big level for GME, guys. I mean, it did pop through the 200-day moving average, around $30. So this is a big level. I know what we all kind of think about it, but you know what? Popping through that 200-day, there's no news on it, and GME just got halted. Yeah. Now, to put this in some kind of context, okay? Remember, they did the 1-for-4 forward split back here. So the equivalent, they did that at around $160, okay? So the equivalent right now is still like 128. So it's still way below where they did their forward split, because that would be the equivalent of 128. So, you got to put it in some kind of context. EPIX came out of its halt, guys. Wow, HBI, Hanes, underwear, etc. All-time low. All-time low for HBI. Well, look at the meme stocks, guys. GME, Ape, AMC, and Bed Bath & Beyond. Probably the four main, well, Ape is a latecomer, but these are probably the four main meme stocks. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just go back to when the Reddit group got a hold of GME back in January of 2021. Well, Amazon, guys, is looks like it really wants to hold that 100 level. Oops. Yeah, Amazon is now above the high of Friday, guys. Remember, Amazon had the earnings on Friday, or the earnings reaction on Friday, got hammered down. Oh, wow. Look at this AMC, guys. Look at the volume that came in. Aha, this got halted on the way down. Okay, SLNA. All right, guys, actually, the market's having a nice little rally here. Look at that first 15-minute candle. Still has another 6 minutes to close. The Shady's talking about eFresh. Yeah, I mean, it's got a huge. So it's sort of an earnings play. I mean, we don't have earnings data at all, but I'm going to call this an earnings play. Okay, and that's for the eFresh. The 200-day moving average is way up there. So Shady is talking about over 340. And let's just stick an alert there and see what happens. If it does say a little extended right now, of course, look at that 15-minute chart. Boy, YMAP continues down here, guys. Continues down. Yeah, you guys were talking about Getty. This sort of, yeah, look at Getty. So it came out of its halt. Well, a lot of action already, guys. Yeah, the memers are really got a hold of this one now, guys. GME, AMC. Well, there are no more shorts available now for me at Interactive Brokers. This morning there were about 14,000, but none available now. So And Robinhood, guys, Robinhood, the memers. Memers are, look at Robinhood, HOOD. Look at Robinhood here. That's a big float, you know, 420 million in the float. That's a big move. Okay, guys, Brazilian stock here, ITUB, ITUB. So the Brazilian election after the runoff finalized yesterday. APPH, guys. So this is the last day of the test drive, I guess. So APPH, an AI alert. It's had a nice run. The 26 was the alert. That's the float. Any news on this one? Okay, guys, Meta is weakening now. Meta is weakening. Facebook, I can't. Meta is weakening. So the low on Thursday, which was the reaction to its earnings, was 96.38. So it takes that low out. Look out. Ugh. The shop live 34.80 was the trigger. The trigger was 34.80. It's really live, yeah. So guys, this is the trade of the week. Okay, so the trigger was 34.80. It popped through that. So if you took it around there, look at the volume that's coming in. Your next level would be 35.85, I believe, is the next high looking left. It gets through that. You just start looking left to see where all these highs are. Now, fun used to go along with DWAC. Let's take a look at DWAC. See if it's moving. No, not at all. Well, there's a big sell-off now for GME from 35. Just didn't have shorts available. Not that I necessarily would have taken it, but didn't have shorts available. Interactive Brokers. And it got vaulted. Yeah, on the way down. Halted on the way up. Now it's halted on the way down. Well, DoorDash is getting thumped. TSP. Well, hopefully some of you got this one, this TSP. I mean, just absolutely getting crushed here on that, all that news. Perf. So what's the deal with this one? Is this an uplisting? Yeah, I can't see any headlines on this one, but it's trading as PERF. It started trading like this in the pre-market. So I don't know if it's not cannot be an IPO. So what is this? Either an uplisting or a symbol name change? Was it a SPAC that turned into PERF? I just can't see any news. Let me see here. See if this was a SPAC. Yeah, I can't see. So anybody have any information on that one? So, okay, Viresh, I'm Barry, actually. Please share your scanner layout link. You're referring to Mike. What I have here, if you go to my homepage, you'll see individual, because you may not want everything, okay? So that's why I sort of break it up. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, just give me a moment. So if you go to my homepage, you will see scan section, okay? Here are the scans that I'm sharing. You have to scroll down a little bit. I always forget to say that. Scroll down a little bit until you see the scan section. So here are the two races that you see, okay? These are the two races that you see. And I've got some charts here, but you may not want those. So, but these are the two scans that I actually show, these two right there. Okay? But you can pick and choose. I do have some other scans. I do have some other scans that you can take a look at, but this is what I concentrate on, those two races. So again, guys, anybody know? Well, let me check the price here. I wonder if this is around $10. Was this a SPAC that turned into PERF? Thank you, Ed. Okay, so it was PAQC that turned into PERF. Interesting that I don't have any news on that one here, and not in Interactive Brokers either. But thank you for that. Whoa, okay. I'm just looking now at the second 15-minute candle. So after that green one, we've got a giant red candle forming, guys. So market's in for a bit of a rocky road, certainly to start. Okay, so now these highly risky, I'm talking highly risky, but these are the ones last week that went crazy. The day that they came out of their SPAC, turned into the company that was acquired, but highly risky. Speaking of highly risky, HKD, yeah. I mean, look what it's doing, highly risky. If you don't know the story behind this one, this got actually up to $2,500 back in August. Well, I guess because it's moving so fast. So you'd have to go in at market, I guess. But that's very risky too. Who's your broker, Alex? I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to answer that question. No, well, if I wanted to trade it right now, I'd have to go in at 324. The bid ask is 323, 324. So I'm not sure what you were trying to do. It's hard for me to, answer that question. I mean, and it's rare that the last price will be above the bid ask. Here's Campbell Soup, guys, CPB. I'm taking a look at some of the strength alerts, stocks. CPB is one of them. Taking out the Friday high. Okay, so almost the first half hour. Things are maybe settling down a little bit here. Getty was not shortable for me, GETY, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, again, highly, highly risky. Did that just get halted again? PERF, I think it might have got halted again. Yeah, just got halted again, guys. PERF just got halted again. NWL has earnings, well, had earnings, I guess, on the 28th, reaction on the 29th, because it was pre-market. I'm sorry, no, the 28th. So there was a reaction to earnings, a gap down, and continuation. How is Gild doing? GILD. Hanging in there. I mean, it's down, 1.5%, but this was an earnings play on Friday. If it takes out that high, might get a second day continuation. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. Mm. All right, guys, eFresh. eFresh, guys, on the move here now. Shady had, 340 as a potential entry. This is basically it's an earnings play. But you got to be, you got to be nimble with that float. Well, if you took that one, that you hopefully you trade it out because I mean this is so that was so quick. Yeah, eFresh. Well, let's see if it gets back up into an area. You know, it's pulled back. It's a pretty severe pullback though, from 370 to back down to 320. But let's see if it takes out that 340, 330 area again. Well, probably a good thing you didn't get a fill. You did not get a fill. You know, I mean, you would have had to trade this out really quickly. Yeah, look at this nonsense. This is what I label this nonsense. ENSC had some, news this morning. Again, stock pops up to 548. Look at it now. I probably would never name my stock ICU. Where are they out of? Don't even have any information. So this definitely looks like another SPAC that turned into ICU just based on the price. Oh, look at this market. Just really big sell-off now, guys. TSP continues its descent. Just kind of watching this E-fresh to see if I can at least hold 3. Doesn't look good. Okay, guys, Meta now is below the low of its earnings day. Okay, Meta below the low of its earnings day. META. There's its earnings, or the reaction to earnings was, and so 96.38. So it's below that low now. Now I'd be trading this. If you took this, this is the trade of the week, guys, but I would be trading. I know they're designed for longer term holds, but in this market, especially with what the overall market is doing, be careful. The next high looking left is 35.81. So there's that high looking left. After that, 36.44. Again, I'm not saying it's getting to any of these levels, but always be aware when you look left on a daily chart where the next high is. Yeah, VALE is a Brazilian stock, is it not? Yeah. So some of these Brazilian stocks after the election, the runoff was yesterday. So a change in presidents. Oh, look at this, guys. So this is the country ETF, okay, for Brazil, two times BRZU, and it's through the 200-day moving average now. So far, the reaction to the election is right now, anyway, positive. Yeah, PBR is another one that trades quite a lot. Energy play. Yeah, I think you've got to be, if you go long anything, unless it's got sensational news that seems to be able to sustain it, you've got to be taking some profit, in my opinion. I'm continuing to watch the E-fresh to see if it can at least hold three and move off from there. Okay, well, we've got a little green candle now after that giant red candle, the 9:45 15-minute candle. Now we're getting a bit of a green candle. So let's see if that helps bounces or is yeah, Dash from Zach Scan is looking pretty good. Yeah, eFresh looks very messy now. What is it? Inagato, I know what you're trying to do. This is a crypto play, right? SDEG. Yeah, I just don't like it. I mean, there's just too much going on looking left. Yeah, well, you've got this big topping tail there. That's about a 30-cent drop from the high, but it's still looking, reasonably strong. Okay, keep an eye on LLAP. I mean, for some reason, there's this giant sell-off of it, even though the news to me looked pretty good. And that's why you can't get married to the news. $100 million investment from Lougheed, but it's just selling off. Yeah, so it just goes to show. And yet you see some stocks that just absolutely rip higher on almost, well, sometimes no news at all, or news that you look at and say, man, that's pretty sketchy. Yeah, choppy so far, guys. So we had that red candle at 9:15, green, giant red candle, semblance of a green candle. So fairly choppy right now to start. Okay, IMVT. Nice 3 days, third day. Let's see, 39 million in the float. Volume is just coming in now. That's all the volume of the day really is in this candle here, this last candle. See if there's any, I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, even Amazon, not, I shouldn't say even Amazon, but Amazon is creeping down towards $100 also. Nice. I think somebody took this SON, but again, just be careful, but I mean, recognizing the limitations, maybe around 2. I mean, look, if somehow it takes out 2 and then 227, then I mean, it's got a lot of room, but hard to believe that'll happen today. Even this thing is moving. NKLA. Announces a hydrogen deal with Keystate. Remember when this was $100 or close to it? Well, guys, I mean, Meta, let's take a look at Meta and where the next low is. I need to back this out quite a bit. I have to go back probably, well, a few years now. We'd have to get to a monthly chart from Meta. So it's right at this month, that low, which was 96.82. This is back in 2016. So we're, Meta's approaching these levels that haven't seen in 6 years. Guys, shop is still pretty strong. A little pullback here, but shop is still pretty strong. It was an earnings play on the 27th. Let me get back to my daily chart here. So this is a classic. This is sort of continuation after earnings. All right, EFSH has reclaimed 3 briefly. Let's see if it, you know what? I mean, if it can take up maybe 320, 319 or so, the high of this current 15-minute candle, maybe it can get running again. but I'd be really careful. I mean, that's a giant topping tail right there. Not shortable for me. I was thinking about maybe shorting this one, SONN, but it's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Wow. So this has been a really choppy morning. Some quick hitters, and that's about it for me anyway, in terms of what I was looking at. Okay, the eFresh is trying to make a bit of a comeback here, EFSH. Oh, good. The YouTube bot has got a hold. Well, I'm not going to bore you guys, but okay, guys. So eFresh trying to come back a little bit here, a little bit. All right, guys. Well, eFresh is actually, if it could settle down a little bit, establish a base maybe around 320, then you could, it might give us something. A lot of volume, excuse me, a lot of volume, guys. 3.5 million in the float, 25 have traded already. So about not quite 8 times the float. Take a look at SHOP. Take a look at where the VWAP is, as Zach is talking about. 35.24, 35.24. So there's the VWAP for SHOP. So what he's suggesting is if it takes out that VWAP, all right, guys, keep an eye on this eFresh. I mean, it's had a decent bounce off that 3 level. And when I say eFresh, I'm talking EFSH. Again, this is, I'm calling this an earnings play, even though we don't have the earnings date here, but they appear to have, well, they've released some financials. So okay, just a minute, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so eFresh looks like it's trying to base here a little bit. Let's see if it can just base here and then move. Again, with that float, you know, you got to be very careful with that float, 3.5 million, 3.4 million in the float. Silver is ugly, is super ugly now, guys. Had the big sell-off late Friday. Take a look at, you know, it was holding that, whoops. This is pre-market, sorry. What am I doing here? Here we go. I mean, it was holding that 4 level pretty well most of the day. You know, Friday, right around here, and then all of a sudden it just sold off, and then a big sell-off after hours, and a major sell-off continues. Not shortable for me. All right, guys, keep an eye on the eFresh. You know, the longer it holds this level, you know, it just might, you know, give traders a little more confidence that it can hold this level, and then maybe start to approach that high. That was a very quick high and then drop. So So HOTH, I know, you know, somebody was saying there was some news on it. Okay, so there is some news on it. The next high looking left is 844 or so, 838. And another very low float, 1.25 million in the float. So again, you've got to be very careful. But the market, look at the market, guys. Okay, little green bar, and now another one. See if we can take out, I'm going to stick an alert for 387 on the SPY to see if it takes that out. Well, it didn't, did it? Not yet, anyway. The VWAP right there holding 35, excuse me, 35.32 for shop. So what did it get down to? Within about 30 cents. Oh, look how whippy this HOTH is. All right, guy, 10:22. Okay, I better introduce myself. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. My name is Barry Anderson. I do work for Trade Ideas. I'm going to share my screen. I'm live on the mic between those times, 8 and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, of course. And I always like to start off with my homepage. A lot of information on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have the promo on, okay? So test drive 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea how much it costs. Yeah, there's a Halloween code, but I mean, you can use the other one. The other one I think goes to November the 6th, and it's 25% off also. So no point in using the Halloween code. Halloween code. eFresh guys, keep an eye on it. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So we do have the 4 subscriptions. Premium annual is $2,000. Standard is $1,000, less than 25%, of course, in both cases. We do have monthly plans. $118, $228, less than 25% for the first month only. Okay, first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, if you take out a subscription today and you decide you'd like to take out an annual after, you decide you'd like an annual, but you take out a monthly right now. If you upgrade, I hate using the term upgrade. If you just decide you want an annual subscription, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% promo. So in other words, if you take out a standard or premium monthly subscription, but you decide you wouldn't mind having an annual, and if you do it within 30 days of taking out your subscription, we'll honor the 25%, okay, for the annual. And again, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this to start. But let's get started. Okay, it'll run you through your download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, etc. Okay, 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Ugh, that was ugly. I'm gonna just forget about eFresh. That was ugly. Looked like it was gonna pop. It's just too erratic. Let me get back to eFresh right here. Looked like it was gonna pop. Got to that 329, 330. Looked like it might want to run, but it's right back down. So I'm just gonna forget about it. Just a little too erratic. So let me get back to my homepage. Just give me a moment. Where is it? Just give me a moment, guys. Does it have hot? We have, yeah, very few. We have flatten, half, and double, okay? So flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of half, double gets you. You're looking for instant, yeah, so these are the hotkeys we've got. We don't have a lot of hotkeys. Sorry, guys, let me just get back to my homepage stuff. Okay, so let's get started. Gone over that. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. Of course, it's free. Now, the trade of the week. Hopefully you got it this morning. Here we shop I got it in my email really early, but it's free and it's sent to you. If you've signed up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Okay, but it is a free service. Education, the big education section on my homepage. I have a user guide here. Now, you don't have to learn everything that's in our user guide. The getting started, I've already gone over that. You should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and you should know what stock racing is all about. Of course, there are other things within the guide, but you don't have to learn them all right now, okay? And in fact, it's like any other guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. There's a getting started series again. We try to hammer this point home. Daily support. So today is Monday. So what happens at between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And one of the other traders takes over it in our YouTube room. And today it'll be Chris Varley. Okay, so before I do take my break, I'll put the link in the main room. And Chris is there also in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. I shut the main room down at 3:30 and he takes over in our YouTube room at 3:30. Daily webinars. I'm not sure we're going to have one today, but anyway, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. So if you're new to trading, this is a great little free service that we offer. Starts off with what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. Michael Knott at Trade Ideas put this together, okay? And last, my links. So here are not my links, my scans. So the two scans that you see here, the two races that you see here, there they are. I also have some other scans that I talk about, from time to time. Here's that 10-day daily breakdown, which gave, the TSP look kind of late, but not really. And here are the ones that are moving up, 10-day daily breakouts. So I have those scans available also. And the reason I do this is that, you can just kind of pick and choose what you might like. So save my link. The room is free. And if you do take out a subscription, you save my link and you take out a subscription, helps the room to keep it free. And yes, I do get a little cut, okay, upfront, just to be upfront. And of course, saving my link, then you can look at my scans at any time you want. And of course, this big education section. So that's my advice, save my link. Well, there's the Getty, guys, G-E-T-Y. There's the Getty. Meta continues down, guys, and Amazon is now challenging that 100 level. All right, so just some general information about Trade Ideas. What are we? We are a scanner, okay? Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, you will see we have a lot of theme-based layouts right here. You have to click on Show More, you'll see them all. These are all the theme-based layouts, okay? I like to focus on the momentum layout. A lot of people like to see momentum stocks. So you see Getty is right there. This is an example of an alert window. And this is the difference between a screener and a scanner. If I right click on this momentum window, momentum alert scan, I click on summary. So what this window is looking for, what this scan is looking for, this is the screening aspect of it. These are filters. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. Volume today is at least 100,000 shares, etc. Okay, if all, and now actually I should talk about these two. These are very cool filters. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Typically, when we get an alert, you will see a volume spike. So this is the screening aspect, and this is the scanning aspect. If a stock makes a new high for the day with these filter requirements satisfied, then that's when we get a new high, then that's when we get a real-time alert. So you can see right there, RNLX just made a new high for the day. You can see the volume. Well, this is on a 15-minute chart, so it's hard to see, but if I had a 5-minute or 1-minute chart, you'd probably see a nice little volume spike. Okay, so this is an example of a scanner. A lot of programs out there, they say they scan, but what they're really doing, they're screening. I mean, nothing wrong with screening. I mean, that's basically what our top lists do. But this is an idea of a real-time stock alert. Okay. So if you wanted, now this momentum scan is actually it's on my homepage in the scan section. I call it Momo. But what I'm trying to show you right now is that if you went to the different channels and you saw a scan that you might like, what you do is you want to take it out of the layout. Okay, you want to take it out of this layout. So all you do is you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, it becomes a free floating window. Okay. Now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, then you can, now before you do that though, one tip, if you right click and then click on symbol linking and then check link to all. You notice it says docked window. But if you click link to all, when you save this, then when you click on an alert, it'll load into the charts that you've got. What happens right now is that if I click on VIAO, it's only going to link into will load into these charts that are in this docked window. Okay, it will not go into the charts that I've got. So that's just what I would do, is I would just make sure you right click, go to symbol linking and say link to all. Then it'll link to the charts that you have up. Now, if you like it the way it is, then you can right click, save or share to cloud and save it. I'm going over this quickly, by the way. All this is in the guide. But you may look at this and go, well, I don't mind it, but I'd like to have slightly different price range perhaps. So you right click, configure, click on that summary. Again, it's showing you what it's looking for. You left click on the icon for price and make a change. And 100 as an example. I'm going to click on the summary again and notice it says 10 and 100. Say okay, and now you can save it to the cloud. So again, if you like it the way it is, then you don't have to go through this, but if you want to make some adjustments, of course you can. And again, I am sharing this in my homepage. Now, if you make a change here in the channel, while you're in the channel, of course that change is saved. But if you leave the channel and then come back to this channel, that save is not changed. The reason it's not saved is that the channels are for everyone. In other words, the fact that you want to make a change, maybe to a price range or maybe more volume or add a filter in, that doesn't necessarily mean that is what everybody else wants to do. Okay, so just because we get that a lot. Hey, I made a change. I left the channel. I came back. My change isn't saved. That's the reason. Typically, though, what I'm really trying to explain is that you can go to the different channels, extract scans that you might like, save them to your cloud, and then move on. And then you can bring them back once you've saved those channels to the cloud, or channels, so those scans to the cloud, then you file load from cloud and you'll see them. Okay, you'll just see them right at the top, especially if you're new. You'll just see them immediately. So you highlight, load, file load from cloud again, highlight, load, etc. Now I do want to caution you though, don't have so many alert windows, so many top list windows in your layout so that you're clicking like mad on all sorts of different types of setups. You'll get nothing done. Okay. I know the tendency is to sort of overload your alert, your layout with, every scan you can think of. You'll get nothing done. That's why I like to concentrate on these races. I don't know if that person is in the room, but somebody over the weekend said, hey, I've got a doc and I've got 20 top lists in my doc. 20 top lists in my doc. Well, I mean, I'd love to be able to answer that person. That's way too many. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? The other thing, well, I mean, that's how I'll end it. So don't overwhelm yourself, with all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows in your layout. Now, let's go over the races as you see them here. And this is, I think, is a great way to start if you're new. But even if you're not new to Trade Ideas, this racing aspect is very cool. Every race starts off from a top list window. So this race right here, this biggest gainers from the open percent, if I right click on it and I open the top list, this is what it's looking for. It doesn't really matter what these symbols are. All it's looking for, if a stock is between $1 and $50, the minimum volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% from the close. If these filter requirements are met, then you will see the stock, assuming all those filter requirements are met, you will see the stock that has moved the most. And this race started a minute and a half ago. So this symbol right there, RNLX, has moved 3% since the race started. I'll go over this just a little more detail, but I do want to talk a little bit about the top lists. Because of course you can still use top lists. So before we had the races, this is what people would use a top list window for. You can sort on any column that you have in your top list. So what do I mean by that? So there's a change from the close percent. If I double left click rapidly, right now I can see that SONN has changed the most from its close on Friday. It's up 44%. Getty is 32%, etc. I like to do it on the open though. What has it done since its first, its opening trade of the day? So there's Getty up 32%, RNLX, etc. Okay. So you can sort from high to low on any column that you've got. And that's great, but what do you do with this? I mean, how are you going to use this to trade? I mean, it might be nice to see that RNLX is up 36% from the open, but what are you going to do with that? So that is where the races come in. As I said before, my race is based on this set of parameters. Again, between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up 2% from the close of Friday. So you'll notice that stocks will jockey for position during the course of the race. This race has 46 seconds to close. I run 4-minute races. So what that means is that when this race is over, another one will begin. And so again, there's Getty. Remember, RNLX at one point was up 6%, but obviously it pulled back. So at the end of 4 minutes, a winner will be declared, and it's pretty obvious. The winner will be the one that has moved the most over the 4 minutes. And you can see how jockeying for position to see who's going to actually end up the winner. Looks like it's going to be RNLX, and the race is over. So RNLX won the race, and that's why it says last winner, RNLX. And now another race will begin. Now, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. If you see a stock starting to move, click on it. Just click on it and see what's happening. Is it coming? And this is why you've got to practice trading, which I'm going to go over with this window that you can use as a simulator to practice trading. But the other really nice thing is you notice there is a watch list that's automatically created for you from the stocks that have won the most races. So you'll notice here in the number 1 position, SONN has won 5 races. Getty has won 3, etc. So this list can change all day, of course, because some stock all of a sudden might win 2 or 3 races, which will bump out these ones that have only won 1. But what this does for you, it automatically creates a watch list of stocks for you to watch all day long. Okay, so this is why I'm saying one of the problems I think people have, not just with our program, but any sort of a program that can give you ideas, is that which one do you like? How do you focus? So this gives you a great way to focus on a very finite number of stocks all day long. Okay, so for instance, here's ARAV. Only won 1 race. It's in the number 8 position right now. It only won 1 race. Click on it. See what it's doing. Okay, you can kind of see, well, I mean, this is not a great example because there's the 200-day moving average, that green line. But you can see that maybe if it takes out that 200-day moving average at 133, so maybe if it gets above the high of that red candle right there, maybe stick a price alert, 130, create a price alert at 136. You'll see a blue line will appear. Maybe that'll be an interesting look then, if it does that. Okay. So that's why I'm saying, click on these alerts, set price alerts, or the stocks that are in the watch list, set some price alerts at potentially interesting areas. You can also do it for pullbacks. So look at Getty. You might look at this and go, well, again, by the way, this particular race is a very volatile type race. I'll go over this one in a bit. But you might look at Getty and go, you know what, I won't mind taking this, but maybe only, let's see if it pulls back to 6. I mean, it'd be a pretty big pullback, but, so stick a price alert there and see what happens if it does at some point during the day. And if 6 holds and it bounces off it, that might turn into a trade. So the difference between these 2 races is, excuse me, in this race, I also added the market cap, which has to be at least 500 million, and a minimum float of 50 million, 50, okay? That's why you will rarely see big percentage moves in this one. In the large cap gainers from the open, you'll see bigger percentage moves here. Not because I'm only zeroing in on low float stocks and low market caps, but without putting those filters in, we get these ones that can move. Whereas if I put the filters in, a minimum market cap and a minimum float, you're just not going to get those huge moves. However, if you're starting out, this might be a lot better if you're just starting out, because it's not, you're not going to get the absolute whippiness, of trying to, wow, how do I time getting in? And then you get in and then it immediately craters on you. I'm not saying that, these things can't, move down on you at all, but it's just that they're going to be a little less volatile. And that's why I share, these 2. I like to, when I trade, I certainly like to see the volatile ones, but, I'm perfectly aware that they are volatile. So if I take a trade in them, I'm not going to take a trade in any one of these and then wander away from my computer. This is an interesting one. ATNM, guys, crawling off the bottom here. Look what it did in the pre-market, 1349. ATNM, what's the float? 24 million in the float. That's a low float. Daniel, if you make one more reference to TSP, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to boot you from the room. 1, 2, 3, big pause. Of course, I'm kidding. This is one that I should have, based on that news, CEO getting fired and all that, saw that action in the pre-market. That is a type of stock that I will take in the pre-market, and for some reason I didn't. So I'm just kidding, of course. You can talk about TSP. I'm just kidding. All right, I want to talk about this. Just go to my homepage, JG. Okay, go to my homepage, or GJ. I'm sorry, JG. You're right. I was right the first time. Just go to my homepage, click on my link, and then go to this. You have to scroll down. Have to remember to say that. Scroll down until you see the scan section. Okay, you click here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. So sidebar. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay. So this window that you see here, and it's I think it's really important, especially if you're new to trading. Even if you're not new to trading, but maybe you're trying to test out a strategy that you think might work, but you like to practice with it, not like to paper trade it. But especially if you're a new trader. I was just kidding you, Daniel. I hope you know that. I was just kidding you. Somebody coming in right at that moment might have thought, my gosh, it's a tough crowd. So I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are 2 videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. But you must have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. Please don't ask me about any other brokerages. It's not that we don't want them, but it's, we've been trying, seems like for years to add. So don't ask. I have no idea. But IB and E-Trade right now. Now, please listen carefully. If you don't have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? We get that a lot. I heard the guy saying you need an IB or E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas. No, 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 no. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, okay? Now, the Racing and Brokerage Plus only available if you're using our web-based version, not available, okay? I'm anticipating the Racing should be relatively soon in our web-based version, but I cannot, I would have thought by now it would have been, but it's not. But certainly Brokerage Plus is not available, so you must be using our downloadable application. So if you have a Mac, this is not a Mac program, but of course there are ways in which you can use our application. If you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, or if you're willing to do something like Amazon Web Services, help out Amazon a little bit, guys. And of course, if you have a Mac and you don't want to do either of that, I mean, we do have a web-based version of the product, but it just is not quite as robust. So the second video in that Brokerage Plus link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? And how I like to really show its the features is as a simulator. Again, I cannot emphasize enough that if you're new to trading, please don't try to start trading with a live account until you've practiced trading. until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. And unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to make money once you attach to your account, because, other things come into emotions, discipline, and all the things you may have mastered in the simulator. Sometimes it's hard once you're dealing with real money. So, and people say, well, how long will that take? I have no idea. It could be 3 months in a simulator, it could be 6 months. Everybody's different. Now, how to use a simulator. So, click on New from our toolbar, click on Brokerage Plus, and then this window will show up, okay? And you may have different column headers, but the gist is the same. So it should say not connected. If you look beside the ask, there's a box that should say not connected. So you click on sim for simulation trading. It'll change from not connected to account. When it changes to account, click on it and then click on the simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now, why you see this one, this is something that I've held. This is in the simulator that I've been holding, it seems like for weeks now, but it's probably only been a week. I wanted to demonstrate, how you could take a trade. If you do not get out of a trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading using this. Okay. Wow. Dare we look at eFresh again? It's been a tough one, guys. Definitely been a choppy one. I was all set to take this one. You notice I've got an alert up here at 3:35. I was getting set to take this one. Looks like 30 minutes ago, approximately. Looked like it was going to take that high out, but it popped up and then it came right back down to 294. I mean, these are big percentage moves for a $3 stock. So, but to be expected because of that float, 3.4 million in the float. Now, for those of you new wondering, you hear me reference the float a lot. So the float is the available number of shares that are number of shares that are available to trade on a daily basis. Is in essence the supply of stock. And the float is derived from taking the number of shares outstanding, especially with bigger stocks like the Facebooks and the Amazons. You take the number of shares outstanding, and then you have to subtract what the insiders own and maybe mutual funds, etc., because what they own cannot be traded typically on a daily basis. So you start subtracting that information and you get the float. So what I consider a low float is anything under 20 million. That's what I consider. Others might have a different idea, but so that is a very low float, 3.4 million. Just think of it like this. This is the supply of stock, and this is the demand. The volume is the demand. So it's like anything else. If you have short supply, high demand, what happens? You get these 70, you can get the 70% moves. Okay, you'll very rarely are you going to get these sort of percentage moves with a stock, with 100 or 200 million in the float. I'm not saying it's impossible, but rarely do you see that. So low supply, high demand, that's when you can get these crazy percentages. But when all of a sudden, if the demand starts drying up, the stock can just absolutely crater on you. So that's why, you cannot wander away from your computer. If you'd taken this one right here, I mean, I was all set here, to take this, but it ran too much on me. This was that back here at 9:45, and that came down like a shot. So if I had been able to take this and I'd watched this, I said, "Oh, great! I guess it's on its way. Let's go downstairs, make some toast, come back up." This is what could have happened. So you cannot wander away from your computer if you're going to, get involved in these stocks that are very volatile. And I'm not saying you can wander away from your computer with these ones either. Typically, I don't ever, if I'm in something, I don't wander away. But certainly with the volatile ones, no way. I mean, look how messy this is. This is super, super messy. I'd like to forget about it, but you never know at the end of the day or later on in the day, you never know. You know, all of a sudden, if huge volume comes in and pops it. So that's why I'll just maintain this price alert up here in this area and see if it happens later on. And so the simulator is very simple to use. You just click on an alert. So I click on HOTH. The symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. You know, this is we got some preset share amounts right here. Of course, you can put exactly what you want. You want to go in a limit order or go in at the market. That's up to you. So let me just take one to show you how you can do it. So if I wanted to take true right now, I'm not saying I would, but I'm just trying to show you the mechanics of doing it. I'll pick how many shares I want. Let's go 400. The bid ask, it's only a penny, so it's basically, I can go in at the market. I click the buy button. I don't like this, by the way. I think this is not, but anyway, you click the buy button, it sets it up, and then you click send. I think it just, you should just be able to send it, make it a lot easier. But anyway, so there we are in the simulator, in the trade at 183. A little money management. I'm going to put a stop order in at 163. I'll explain why I'm doing that. You'll see a red line will appear on the chart that should say approximately minus 100. There we go. Oh, I must have, oh, right, I only took 400 shares. Normally when I demonstrate all this, I take 500 shares. Okay, so let me get out of this trade. So to get out of a trade, I just flatten it. Okay, this time I'm going to take 500. I just want to make the math easy. Okay, so back in the trade, 185 was my entry. Okay, now I'm going to put a stop at 165. I know it might have been a little confusing, but I'll explain why I'm doing this. Now we should see about minus 100 on the chart. A red line. There we go, minus 97.50. Okay. So how I trade is I have a checklist. Okay, unless I can check every box on my checklist or on the box, unless I can check everything that's on my checklist, I don't take the trade. It doesn't matter what my checklist is. A lot of the things that I see, I've already been able to check because any scan that's generating an alert will have the price range I like to trade. I'll have the minimum volume, things like that. Okay, doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay, you have to develop your own style of trading. But assuming I have been able to check every box, then I'll take the trade. But just because I think a trade is going to work doesn't necessarily mean in fact, it doesn't mean it's going to work. So I will always have an out, a price where I'm going to get out of the trade where I think, okay, it's not working. Even though I thought it would work, it's not working. Part of trading is being able to absorb manageable losses. So how I put a stop, and that's my stop. Typically what I'll do is I'll size up, say a 15-minute chart and look where I think there is a support area. And if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. If I were new to trading though, this is what I would do. I would because my idea, like to size up where a support area is on the chart, if you're new to trading, can be really, we get questions all the time. Do you have support and resistance on your charts? Well, your idea of support may be completely different from my idea of support. Okay. You can ask 10 different traders and you might get 10 different answers. However, if I were new to trading, I would probably take maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay. That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You can practice doing something like that. And that'll be your route. So that's the first aspect, knowing where you're going to get out if the trade isn't working. The next aspect is, okay, how much am I actually going to risk on the trade? If you've got a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So that's why I was trying to make the math super simple. When I demonstrate, okay, why do I have an alert here for RAV? Oh, I right through that 200-day, a little bit. Yeah, but right back down. So how I like demonstrating in the simulator is risking $100 a trade. Okay, that's why you saw when I took this trade in true, it says approximately minus $100. So that is the max I want to lose on the trade. Now, the way I trade is I do not vary how much I'm risking each trade by very much. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. Good for you on the song, Amzaka. I think, look at this one go. Now, I mean, here we go. 229 is the next high looking left. This is what I was saying. I mean, I didn't think it would get it today, but hey, the float is 4 million, 26. So you hear float rotation a lot. 4 million is the supply of stock. There is the demand, 26 million. How many shares? You divide 4 into 26, and that is the float turnover. So we'll say that's what, 6.25 or so. So this is turn the float over 6.5 times or so, which is, most stocks do not do that. This shows you the enthusiasm that right now about this stock. So again, that's why in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100. So if the trade doesn't work, if it comes down at 165, it'll automatically take me out of the trade, okay? Takes all the emotion out of it. I mentioned this ATNM right around here, guys, right around that 11 break. Look at it now. Okay, so there you have a little bit of money management. And then the only other thing I'm going to talk about, though, is obeying your stop, okay? You can practice in the simulator, and if you get taken out of a trade, you go, oh, well, it's not real money, it's just play money, okay? But let's say you do, you spend a few months in the simulator, you're able to make money, and now you get the confidence to actually trade with your live account. Sometimes, and even if you're you know who you are out there, I don't mean any particular specific person. Sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You cannot believe that a trade isn't working. One of the boxes I have to check is not news, but say a stock is, you're able to check every box, and plus it's got some great news and etc. And you think, man, this has got to work. And then it starts drifting down to your stop price. And you think, it's going to come back. So instead of that, so you allow that $100 manageable loss to turn into $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 before you finally give up and sell. And you kick yourself for not getting out. That's scenario number one. Scenario number two is I almost consider it worse. You don't obey your stop. You're down $200, $300, $400, $500, and then it does turn around. Now you're up $300, $400, and you think, thank goodness I didn't obey my stop, because look at it now. And can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. All I'm going to say, and that this will be it. All I'm going to say is that You know, it's a great way to destroy your account if you don't obey your stop. You know, you can always get back into a trade. You know, commissions are so cheap now. That's not an excuse to say, well, geez, I don't want to pay this commission. So it's just not an excuse anymore. And you know what? It can set up again later on for all the reasons why you got into the trade earlier. Maybe it sets up again. You know, who knows? Maybe the market went against you right after you took the trade, or you know, or a million other reasons for why it could have been dropping. Some big seller came in for whatever reason, but maybe it sets up later on, and you can, you know, you can try it again. So that's it, guys. Practice in the simulator, please. Aha, there's the SPY. So it's taken out that little area. So the SPY's on a bit of a roll here. Boy, this silver is really getting hit hard. Is there any specific news on it today? No, I don't see anything. It's just a big, big, big sell-off. ATVI, let's take a look at ATVI from Zach. Boy, Meta, guys, this just continues to move down. Facebook, the heck with calling it Meta. Facebook just continues to move down. Well, JG, I concentrate mainly on this biggest gainers from the open and the large cap. That's what I mainly concentrate on. Yes, I do have these. I'll look at these, but look how few alerts I get. Okay. I get very few alerts from this 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown. But you know what I use and what you ultimately are going to use. That's why you've got to practice trading. Okay, it doesn't really matter. You know, my idea of trading. You know, I'm a definitely a momentum trader. You know, I like to see stocks near the highs of the day. Doesn't mean I just chase it just because it makes a new high. But you know, for instance, what if Son, you know, for whatever reason, maybe it pulled back a little bit to the, you know, this 210 level, and it based here for, you know, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and then it popped up. You know, that would be something I'd be obviously very, not obviously, but I'd be interested in. A lot of people hate that style of trading. You know, what they'd rather wait for is a pullback to a certain level, and that's fine. You have to, and I'm not just singling out yourself, GJ. You have to develop your own style. You know, and I didn't know what my style was when I first started trading out or trading. I had no idea, you know, but for whatever reason, momentum style trading seemed to kind of suit the way, you know, maybe my psyche, if you will. I'm not a great pullback trader. Doesn't mean I will never take a pullback trade, but I don't have scans that are developed for pullbacks. Boy, the sun is just my. I mean, this level right now, 229 over. I mean, the next high, I mean, there's a 200 day, so that's far enough away. But this, was there news on this? Trading higher after the company. Well, this is the one with Janssen. Okay, now that's the same sort of news that EPIX had earlier on. And then Janssen said, you know, we're not doing it anymore with you guys. So, and again, how can this happen? How can a stock be up 106% because of that float? Look how low the float is, 4 million. a very low supply of stock, huge demand. Now, whether or not you think that this is warranted, it doesn't matter. You may look at that news and go, well, that's crazy. This should not be happening. Well, it is. You just have to, doesn't matter what we think. The market is telling us, the charts are telling us that this is in demand. This is in demand. I think it's pretty, the high of 229. I mean, it's somewhat critical if you're looking to go in this one for it to take that high out of that's the daily high of September 19th. So what about 6 weeks ago or so? And you can see right here, look at this, the 10-day daily breakout. That was at 2. Now, why you might say, well, why is it so late? In theory, late. I've got some pretty aggressive filters in here. And so, I'm not going to get an alert until all my filters are satisfied. No, you might say, well, why don't you relax those filters so I can pick this up here? I would see it earlier. Sure, I could do that. The problem is I may get 10 others that don't do this. And, I would never know which one to really concentrate on. So there's always that, we get the question all the time. How come my alert window that I created didn't pick up this sort of a stock, this stock? Usually what happens is we look at the filters, we ask for the cloud link, we look at the filters that you got, and there's some filter blocking it. That is typically the reason. And then we say, okay, you want to see that stock, you'll have to relax the filter settings of that, but you may see a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. So there's always that give and take. I could create a scan that will show you any stock that you want, but it doesn't necessarily mean, that the problem is that you'll see a problem. You could get a lot of other stocks you don't want to see. So there's always this, not struggle, but how aggressive do you make your filters? And when I say aggressive, this is what I'm talking about. So in my 10-day daily breakout, now I know the reason why. It had to get 40 cents up from the open. So for a $2 stock, that took a bit. But the current volume, typically that is the reason why I don't get a lot of alerts. Current volume is at least 8. So that means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay. So I mean, our relative volume or current volume filter is probably one of the more powerful filters if you're into momentum trading. The reason being is that it only shows you stocks that are, really actively trading. Some people say, well, I want to see stocks that trade 2 million shares a day. Great. Easy to find, but just because a stock is trading 2 million shares a day doesn't mean that, it's worth trading. But if that 2 million shares is trading represents maybe double what it normally would do, fine. So the relative volume is always about that. Find stocks that are trading abnormally. Obviously, SONN with its relative volume of 374 times normal. Look at this volume, because if you look on the previous days, it hardly traded. Boy, this takes out this high again. I mean, it could get rocking again, guys. So What's that high right there? 229. Let me put an alert around 236, 234, and see if it takes it out again. And then you hear me use the phrase look left, look left, look left, or the two words. And why? That's why I have a daily chart up, okay? Because I'm more of a momentum trader, I'm always looking left to see where the next high is on a daily chart. Where could it get to before it stalls? And a lot of times it could be the next high looking left. Not 100%, of course, but you know, when I look at this, I mean, this is awesome. I mean, if this really, look, it's already up 96%, but you can see that, I mean, the next high is way up here at 422. There's the 200-day moving average. That could easily stall it, but that's 372. You know, it's $1.50 away from this approximately. Any current coupon codes? Yep. So if you go to my homepage, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, you'll come to this page. You'll probably be right at the top. So there's a promo code you can use, test drive 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So what I would do if you're new, I would take out maybe a monthly subscription. And if you decide that you want to take on an annual, if you do that within 30 days of taking out your monthly, then we'll honor the 25%. So you can still kind of try us out, you know, for another month at the 25%. I mean, the reason people take out annual subscriptions is, well, it should be somewhat obvious. If you divide the annual subscription, divide that by 12, of course, your per month is less than the month a month. That's the reason. There it goes, guys. Took out that high. That's SONN. Took out that high. Now, understand, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, okay? I'm just going to point out opportunities. And if it meets your trading style or plan, then you go ahead. I mean, I've been talking about this one and, you know, the important level that it did take out. Yeah, as Amzaka in our YouTube room was pointing out, and I believe this too, that the 50 cent level, I'm a big whole number freak. Okay, stocks trying to take out whole numbers, you know, 2, 3, 4, etc. More expensive stocks, you know, the 10, 15, etc. I find that the 50 cent level can be almost, I don't think it's quite as severe, but almost a barrier for stocks under $5 to get through. Almost. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be under $1 by the end of the day, but you know, based on that news, I mean, it's hard to believe this will be sustained. But you never. So I mean, I would never swing this. Never, 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 never. A couple things could happen. A, because of that float, you know, once the buying dries up, it could sink like a stone. Secondly, though, is that they could always spring a financing. You know, companies that are, you know, down here at 114, you get a big surge. They're usually, these little companies are desperate for money. And so they do a financing. They try to take advantage of the stock pop, try to do a financing. And typically, I mean, the financing is always at a discount to wherever it might close. And, you know, financing, think of it this way, they're adding shares. So your position, they're selling shares. So your position is being diluted. And that's why typically, financings look at QN. I mean, this is a great example. QNRG, what is it? What is it? I know I'm whispering. QN. Help me, guys. QRGY. Not EPEX, no. This is it. QNGY. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, high flying on Friday, got up to what? 410, 434, pulled back to 327. That's where it closed, announcing a financing in the pre-market. Clobbered down to $1. So that's why I would never, ever be holding any of these. I'm not a swing trader anyway. So, you're going to be hard pressed to find anything that I'd hold, especially in this market. But certainly these ones, super risky. There goes weed. Let's take a look at MJ, the ETF for cannabis. Let's see what's happening with it. Yeah, look at this. Wow, big pop here. Big pop here. So let's take a look at Tilray or CGC. That was the one that did have some news last week. So as Zach posted, Schumer says that Congress is very close to passing the marijuana banking. Maybe. So again, guys, look at Son. SONN. It won 9 races today. This may not be over. Okay. So, I'd be definitely sticking alert at, I mean, it's trying to hold that high right there, 229. It's trying. Now, the issue here right now, though, you got these two big topping tails on the 15-minute chart. So how do you analyze that? Well, remember what a topping tail means. Okay, I just have a big 15-minute chart. Okay, so there's a topping tail right there on that 15-minute chart, the previous one, right? That's the 10:30, or sorry, the 11 o'clock. So what does a topping tail mean? So at one point, the price was up to 245. The buyers had it up to 245. Sellers came in and closed it down here at 228. Next 15-minute candle. At one point, the buyers had it way up here at 254. The sellers came in again. And, this candle hasn't closed yet. Another 3 minutes for this candle to close yet. But the sellers, are trying to knock this down. Let's see how this candle closes. Now, you get another little topping tail. Eventually, one side gives up. I mean, that's the whole idea. There's always a battle all day long between buyers and sellers. Eventually, one side will give up for a while. I mean, if you were looking at this and saying, "No, should I buy this?" But you see all these. I mean, at one point, again, the buyers had it way up here, but the sellers have just keep knocking it down. Eventually, buyers will say, "You know what? You guys can have it for a while. You want to keep selling it? Maybe I'll look at it if it pulls back down to a certain level." Now, this doesn't absolutely mean that the buyers have given up. But these, topping tails and the reverse bottoming tails, if you saw 15 or any, well, whatever time frame you like, if you see bottoming tails, it's just sort of flip the script. Bottoming tails would mean that the sellers knock it down and the buyers close it higher. Sellers keep knocking it down, but the buyers keep closing it higher. Eventually, the sellers give up and they say, okay, buyers, you can have it for a while. I mean, it's this constant battle all day long. And always keep an eye on the volume. A lot of times you get these sell-offs, and when the volume really starts drying up, then you can tell the enthusiasm. I wouldn't say the volume is dried up yet. I mean, look, there's the big volume. If you look at SON, SONN, on the 15-minute chart, the previous 15-minute candle, I mean, that's what popped it up. Volume is still, I mean, it's selling volume obviously right now, but I mean, the volume is still there. A lot of times what you'll see is like a parabolic move, and then all of a sudden you'll see the volume is just drying up. It means that, there's no more buyers coming in and the sellers are having a field day. Yeah, I'm just taking, I do have this on a thumbnail chart, but this is just really bad. EFSH, just not a friendly trader today, guys. I saw my alert said, now listen, later on in the day, maybe, but again, look at the volume. Let's get a big chart up and you'll see what I'm talking about. So, enthusiasm. I mean, you had enthusiasm for this in the pre-market. Market opens, that's that opening 9:30 candle. A lot of enthusiasm. Tried to follow up, but look what's happening here. The volume is just drying up. In relation to the previous candles, the volume is just kind of drying up. There's not, now, one of two things can happen. If the stock could continue to really just to drop, or it could just do nothing for a while, because until you get a volume burst, you're just, it probably is going to be really tough to move this stock. And it's not the amount, okay? It's not the absolute amount of volume. It's in relation to the previous candles. You can just kind of, see. So unless you got had some volume that was maybe at least this one, which is the this is the 11 o'clock one. But it's not a matter of the absolute volume, it's in relation to previous candles. So unless you see something that really looks dramatic, I just would not be interested in this. Well, that's why, as Blue Collar is pointing out, I mean, these little guys, as I'm saying, SONN, I'm not saying that this it could have another nice day tomorrow, I'll watch it tomorrow, but you've got to be, you just can't swing something like this, in my opinion. Okay. I don't give investment advice really, but to try to swing trade something like this with that float, with the danger of, as Blue Collar was saying, these guys, these small little farmers are usually desperate for money. So they'll try to do a financing. I'm not saying that's 100% they're going to, but we as Blue Collar says, we see it time and again. So yeah, wonderful intraday trade if you catch it right. Just not for, to me, nothing that I'd ever swing. Wow, it's been a fast morning for me anyway. So let me so I'm just going to verify that it'll be Chris in our YouTube room when I do take my break at in about half an hour. You know, again, well, this is fun. This is sort of interesting. If that float is right, I mean, this is a big float, 200 million in the float. That's a huge move. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check my some other websites to see whether or not, because we get our data, you know, we have a data provider that gives us that information. I'm just going to do a quick check to see. That's a big float. Yeah, so you can see that some of these smaller ones, very difficult to get a handle on the float. Look at this. So if you went to Yahoo, you would see 27 million. You go to Finviz, you see 192 million. You go to TD Ameritrade, 243, and Wall Street, 162. A lot of times we seem to have the same data as the Wall Street Journal. We've got 200 million. But if people went to Yahoo, they'd see 27 million. So you know, you can see, and you know, I have no explanation for. I mean, usually it's a lot closer, but obviously Yahoo seems to think there's only 27 million, which seems to make more sense for stock to be up 40%. But that's why sometimes it's really difficult to get a handle on the float of some of these smaller ones. Well, guys, what did I just say about the eFresh? Look at the volume drying up. Just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Another cannabis play, guys. GRWG, Grow Generation, another cannabis play. But again, look at these topping tails. Okay, buyers tried. They got it up to 361, closed down here at 350, 350. Buyers tried again, got it up to 359. Right now, the sellers seem to be in control. You know, and again, reaction to potentially in your country, potentially, it's the banking laws that have really been a tough one. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I'm a Canadian, so that's why I'll make a reference to your country. So Peloton's trying, I mean, Peloton's had an, you know, sort of an interesting move. You look at the low down here, 674, excuse me, about 6 days ago, 6 days ago, now up to 842. You would think it is coming into a lot of resistance around that 9 level. Here's another one, guys. A FWBI. Look at the pop it had in the pre-market. 159. Look, I mean, that's a huge percentage decrease. I don't know what the trading higher after the company, yeah, into an agreement with Roe to manage its phase two. This is what, should happen. Okay. These little press releases that, kind of get the interest for a while, and then reality sets in. This is what should happen. It doesn't always happen like this, though. Okay, guys. Now, I mean, again, this sun still strong, but you do have to be aware of these topping tails. So as you can see, I mean, if this took out these highs up here, it's not an exact science that, just because you get these topping tails that, the stock is going to crater, but many times that's the case. I mean, the longer it holds over this high of 329, the better. And again, why, I mean, you just got to look left on it. I mean, look at the room this has got. Again, for the day, okay? This is another miss. I was very interested in taking this one. I got a little bit distracted. I was talking about this one just over 11, AT&M. I was talking about how to hit a high of 1352, but hopefully some of you were listening to me and looked at this and go, yeah, okay, I see what the guy is talking about. Maybe I'll take some. Unfortunately, I got distracted, based on what I do, and I did not get into this one. And I'm glad you said in your opinion, because of course that's just your opinion that this could be $3. It very well may be, but now the volume is starting to pick up a little bit. You can see the volume right there. But again, you've got these big topping tails up here. You look, to be a new buyer coming to this, you see this and go, man, you know, sellers definitely stepped in here. So you just got to be very cautious. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I mean the volume is, the volume is starting to pick up. What time is it now? 11:43. So this has another minute and a half to close that 15-minute candle. Now, how do I know that? Well, my computer clock says 11:43. I know this is a 15-minute candle. I know it's closing at 11:45. Okay. And we've got some tiny bottoming tails there. Where's Poe? Poe, you're our pro back player. I don't know if Poe has made any Look at SPY. Yeah, SPY. Nice move. We've actually gone not quite positive. So let's take a look. I didn't do this 10:15, but look at the difference now, guys, with that market, what it's doing. I'm going to go to the dock channel bar. I'm going to go now. What? Something happened here. Hmm. Well, I lost a channel that I had created. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I have lost a channel, which was the change from the open that I created. I don't know why that happened. That's a bit of a, I mean, I can do it again. It's not that big a deal, but I don't know why that happened. However, because I was smart, I think. Hey, okay. Okay, this is it. That's why always save your work. Always, always, always. Thumping the desk on that one, okay? Always save your work, okay? I had this as a channel that I put up here, and for whatever reason, it's lost. But I did save it, okay? So here it is. So again, this is the difference. Now remember when we looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened, and it was the change from the close, okay? Change from the close on Friday, the prices. But look, this is now a different look at it, because remember, virtually every energy stock, well, that make up XLE, were down from the close on Friday. 100% of them are now up. Okay, up from the open. Okay, so from their opening trade, 100% of these stocks that make up XLE. So we've had a turnaround in energy, obviously. You know, technology, yeah, it's about 50-50. You know, not a big rally in technology, but the big rally certainly in energy. You know, a modest rally in financials. But that's the big rally, obviously energy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add that channel back. Oops. Oops, just give me a moment. Okay, there we go. So it's back. Not necessary to have, you know, but you can put 5 custom channels up here. Not, you don't have to do that, but I don't know why it disappeared. Okay. All right, SON is still interesting, guys. SONN, still interesting. Again, the longer it holds over that 329 229 mark, that high over here, I guess, as Carl is pointing out, yeah, I guess there is a Fed day this week. Meets on Tuesday for 2 days. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Abel. I just didn't see the question. Okay, sorry. What broker are you using to use the visual trading method? Don't know what you mean by the visual. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's what I trade. In the simulator, it's using our real-time data. Should have mentioned that. Yeah, the simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. But I use Interactive Brokers as my broker, but I'm always demonstrating here is simulator. Okay, in the simulator. And again, the simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can use the simulator. Does that answer the question? Sorry, I just didn't see the question. Okay. All right, guys, 11:53. I haven't got a confirmation from Chris that he will. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So look at this. I mean, now we got another big topping tail, guys. This is really, the buyers are going to lose confidence. The buyers are definitely going to start losing confidence when you see now three pretty big topping tails now. But again, if it can hold 239, or 229, sorry, 229 for a while, maybe it just kind of rests around this area. Maybe later on in the day it pops through, but boy, this is a big move in the market. Dow's actually gone positive. SPY is basically flat, and NAS is still slightly negative. Well, yeah, whether nine is, I mean, just look at the look left on the. So somebody asked me, JK, yeah, about Peloton. Well, just look on the daily chart. Look at all the action right around that 9 level. Okay. Well, ARKO's on the move. ARKO on the move here. But to me, this is shortable too. For me at Interactive Brokers, to me, looks like there's a lot of resistance coming into this area between 1020 and 1040. Just look left on that daily chart. Yeah, the volume is increasing for LLAP. I'm just surprised that it took such a hit based on that news. That looked to me anyway pretty good. Hmm. I haven't got an answer yet from Chris. I think he was picking up his daughter or something. So I haven't got an answer yet from Chris. So normally he'd be taking over for me in about 2 or 3 minutes. So yeah, didn't Grits get an upgrade or something? Piper Sandler, yeah, the upgrade to 6 was a 6. Yeah, there it is. GRTS. If you were in the YouTube room on Friday, I know Andy was talking about this one. Andy, Trade Ideas, of course. I think he was talking about this one. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to put my announcement in, but of course I can't leave unless Chris does show up. So he must be delayed or something, which is okay. I'll just hang around. But in case he does show up, okay, so normally I take a break between 12 and 1, but I might have to hang around, which is okay. If I'll just put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there if Chris does show up. Oops, not that one. Not that one. You mean any bad news on the market that just hit? Yeah, look at this. Well, that's just wiping out all those gains of 45 minutes, just about. Yeah, it's very unusual. I think, but I think he was picking up his daughter. Chris was picking up his daughter, so hopefully all is good. Here's ACB, another cannabis play, guys. But again, probably a lot of these stocks look like this. Let's take a look at the index, MJ. Probably a lot look like this. You know, here you go again, topping tails, flurry of excitement with the cannabis stocks, and then a bit of a sell-off. You know, I had an alert set for this one, ARAV. If I took out the 200 day, I right there, I just didn't act on it. Any news on this one, ARAV? Okay, we're missing data. There we go. Okay, so this is if that float information is correct, that's a ridiculously low float, 113,000 in the float. So let me just go to that float checker and just see what others are saying, because that's ridiculously low. Yeah, see, it's all over the place. Look at this. Yahoo's got the same float, basically. Well, we've got a very low float. I don't know where a data provider is giving us this, but there's Yahoo at 515,000. But look at the rest of them. You know, 17 million, 19 million. That's why, you know, we get a lot of complaints about our float, our data, and all that. But boy, you go to different websites, you'll get sometimes wildly different float information. Okay, so Chris says he has no power. Okay. Well, that is the reason why he cannot take over. Still watching the SONN in case it does get super active again. I'm not seeing any takers. Yeah, okay. What am I going to do here? Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do, I will take a little break. Unfortunately, nobody will be manning the or womaning or personing the the YouTube room, okay? I'll try to take a shorter break. Okay, so I'm going to just have to add on mute, okay? On mute. So I'll try to be back before 1 o'clock, but I've got a video to do and a few things that I have to do in this time period. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Hey guys, I'm back. So let me get rid of the message. I apologize. Chris could not make it in today, had some power issues. So Atul, you have some questions? Go ahead. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If I can answer, I'll do so. If not, I will direct you to somebody who can. Okay. Keeping an eye on that SONN, guys. SONN is, I mean, it's continuing to hold the high of the few days ago at 229 mark. Or at least it's trying to. All right, Paradox. Yeah, good. Boy, this is really, now we're getting some bottoming tails. Okay, here's the reverse, guys. On the SONN, we had some topping tails. So the problem is uncertainty. We've got some bottoming tails in the 15-minute chart. We've got some topping tails. I think if it takes out 250 in a big way, let me put an alert up here, 254 in a big way, meaning some like volume. The volume is picking up though. Look at the volume candles, volume bars on the 15-minute. You can see that they've been increasing over the last three. So Atul, did you hear me in the YouTube room? You say you have some questions? Meanwhile, this one, PFMT, just absolutely rocked here through the 200-day moving average. See if there's any specific news on this one. Boy, this this SONN, I mean, I'm not the only trader in the world looking at this, of course, because of what we see when we look left. I mean, just look left on this. 200-day is way up here. So it's, $1.25 away, 26 away, excuse me. And the next high is way up here. So that is the attraction to this one. How do I know? How do you know if you have a good trade plan? Well, I guess if you start making money. I mean, I'm not trying to be trite, or mocking or anything, but I mean, obviously, if you have a good trade plan, you you're going to have losses, but hopefully your winners, not the percentage, but just hopefully, your P&L goes up. I mean, all right, guys. Wow, so I think Meta is. I think these lows are around 7 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. Below that, let me just bring out a monthly chart for Meta. So let me move this down here. Where is the dotted line? So the dotted line, so the next low looking left is 88.36 on the monthly chart. 88.36 on the monthly chart. So I mean, it still has room. And again, that was back in. That was back in September of 2015. So we're talking 7 years ago, a little over 7 years and a month ago. Wow. It's like nobody cares about Facebook anymore. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Why is Getty running so hard today? I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Yeah, so if you can believe this, yeah, so it looks like, believe it or not, remarks by Mr. Kramer himself. Okay, well, that's the reason, I guess. There's no other news that I can see on it. So you're looking, Paul, then with a 4 cent stop at 274 because I'm sure you're aware that 290 will be tough to get through. But if it got close to that, that's 16 cents. So with a 4 cent stop, if it got close, you're talking about a 1 for 4 risk reward. So I'm assuming that that was your thought process. Okay, good. Because it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that 290 mark. Talking to Poe in the main room. I still find this song fascinating, okay, because it's just hanging around this area. Topping tails and bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. But if you look at this, you can see that it's making higher lows on the 15-minute chart. Obviously disregard the bottoming tails, but we're closed, making higher lows and tremendous volume, 64 million, only 4 in the float. And again, it doesn't matter what we think about the news, okay? It's what the market right now is, how it's trading it. If anybody asked about that res earlier, I didn't see it. What would have made sense is for me to have bought that ATNM. Oh man. Res, let's take a look. See what. Well, okay. Obviously, if you had seen it earlier on that pullback, the ideal situation would have been maybe more around 1050, 1060. It's not that far away from it. Takes out that high. The next high looking left is 1090. So you know me. I mean, I'm always thinking if it stall at that whole number. So that would, for me, prevent me from getting into it. But don't let me dissuade you. But there's 1090 and that whole number. I mean, if it took that out somehow, then 1291 is the next high. So that would be almost $2 if it can get through that 11. Boy, I mean, this is really interesting. I mean, look, I mean, it's just Sonn, S-O-N-N, trying to get 250. Apple doing today? I haven't seen Apple. I haven't looked at Apple. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, tried to get through the 200 day on Friday, did not close above it, so it's still below it. So I mean that of course would be a concern. Oh man, I'm really upset with myself for this ATNM. That was probably well, one of the best trades today, guys, because look at the 15-minute chart. Look how relatively unchoppy it is compared to what the SPY's been up to. You know, it had that move, a little rest, and then, you know, a move up. Yeah, there are some topping tails and all, but you don't see giant red candles, you know, whipping you out of the trade. And it's just, you know, I didn't see any news earlier on this, but I guess positive data. I don't think I saw news on this one earlier. However, I mean, Wainwright, $45 price target. Sorry, $53 price target. The previous one was 45. This is a $13 stock. Oh, I have no idea. I mean, don't I think? I have no idea if Apple is going to punch through that 200 day. Not for me. I don't anticipate anything. In other words, I'm not going to take the Apple trade right now. Not that I normally would anyway, because it's out of the price range I like, but you know, in anticipation that it might, I'll let it happen. If I were going to do it, I would let it happen. I would let it take out the 200 day. No, I know it punched through. I know. That's what I said. I said it got through the 200 day on not Meta, sorry, Apple. Yeah, I know. I just said that. It got through the 200 day briefly, but it closed below it and still below it. So am I going to anticipate that it's going to pop through 156 again? No. If I were an Apple trader, I would wait for it to happen. Now, if you're saying, well, yeah, but it could gap overnight or after hours, well, I guess that would be the risk, but I just don't ever anticipate that something is going to happen. But that's just me, of course, paddling. Well, where could this go? AT&M. So obviously this has had some reverse splits because you know, it's at the very, very low of its lifetime range. You know, and looking at this chart, you know, daily chart, you could think, well, how's that possible? So it's obviously done some reverse splits in the past, because if I look at a monthly chart, okay, we can see it at, you know, split adjusted, reverse split adjusted. This was a $450 stock back in 2014, okay? And then it, of course, fell all the way down. So that's why, you know, that's why I love to see these positions, you know. So when I see this position in lifetime range, 1.9%. So I mean, that means that from the high here, 449, this 1297 is just barely above, you know, in that range. Boy, Meta is just getting crushed. And I'm sure that this one's had a bunch of, yeah, I mean, obviously this has had a bunch of reverse splits too. I don't know, I mean, when I say a bunch, I mean at least one. You know, SONN is only like, it's basically at the low of its all-time high or all-time low, you know, or closer. And you can usually tell a company that's done reverse splits by the float. To have a very, very low float, typically that means a company has done a reverse split or several of them. Okay, there's cannabis or cannabis play, Canopy. Well, okay, it's pulled back, but let's take a look at MJ. It probably did the same thing. Yeah, pulled back a little, and now it's on the run again a little bit. So if you know, if you think this is going to happen, this is the news. The Senate is very close to agreeing on legislation that would allow cannabis businesses access to U.S. banking based on discussion with some Republican senators. Okay, well, if it happens, obviously, you know, it's a first step. Ooh, look at Son, guys, getting again closer and closer to that 250. But am I going to anticipate it's going to break it? Nope. Hmm. Okay, guys. Man, look at this. I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting. I do not want to lose sight of this in case it just explodes over that 250. Now, guys, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade if it explodes over 250, but you know, I'm just saying what I'm seeing. All right, sort of checking some of Zach's scans. Probably could not get the DCT. I'm sure that was the alert was at 1170, but it looks like it probably popped up almost immediately. But AT&M, the one I've been talking about, boy, that finally, what was the alert at 13? Wow, great alert at 1310. Aha, this is shortable too for me at Interactive Brokers, PMFT. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. There it is. Right there, your top scan right there, topping play is 1310. Excellent alert because I don't think it broke above that. 1310, that was the high. Okay. All right, let's check some of these other ones. How's the Getty doing? GETY? So not shortable for me. So I'd love this. Looks like it's going to drop now through the VWAP, 675 through the VWAP. Actually, let me check the VWAP for SONN. Yeah, so it's way above it, 209. Okay. Try something here. Okay, guys. Well, we may have a runner now. Meanwhile, TSP continues to move down. Come on. Come on. Guys, I'm obviously concentrating on this, so remember, I'm not marrying this stock, guys. I'm not marrying SONN. Yes. Hi, Atul. So ask your question. If I can answer you, I will. I'm just concentrating on this SON. I'm holding out for a slightly bigger gain here, on some of it anyway. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I mean, I'm in at 255, so I don't want to have this thing. I don't completely trust it. I wish it had been in the 270s right now, but what I want and what it's going to do are two different things. I just think though that, man, if we just hold this now. Volume's good. Volume is increasing. Okay, do you have a question, Atul? You can ask. Hopefully you can hear me. Dragonfly. We used to see this one quite a bit. A DFLI. Ah, very little volume. Okay, it got halted and resumed, but there's no volume for DFLI. DFLI. No volume. I sort of remember this day when it got up to 17. Again, the only reason I'm talking about it is because it came on the Halser Zoom scanner. Come on, move. You fool. How did your LLAP turn out? I guess you're still kind of, or did you get stopped out? I guess it got down to 269, or did you hanging on? Simulator is picking up stocks for long and short when the strategy is set for short. Are you talking about the AI or are you talking about your own tool? Your own strategies, or are you talking about the AI or? Going to be hard for me to analyze that. What might have to happen on, yeah, but at Brokerage Plus, but are you taking the trades, is it your own strategy? Or are you talking about the AI? Okay, your own strategy. Okay, so it's a short strategy. Give me an example. You may have to send your, if you click on account, Okay, you might have to send the files to support. Okay, it's going to be almost impossible for me to know why that was happening. If it's a short strategy. Now, did it automatically put a stop above? Did it automatically put a stop? The only thing I can think of is that you have to. Because if you leave the stop in and you you don't remove your stop, which is going to be above, it will turn into a long, I think. If you're out of the trade. So in other words, if you shorted it and then it went down and you took some profit, but then you didn't take your stop out, which would be higher, of course, I think it turns into a long. You have to get rid of that. But you may have to, if you can see my screen, they may want to have to, so, okay, so in that particular one, did you make money and then but you didn't take your stop out? So it was still in there? So you exited the trade, but you didn't remove your stop. Is that correct? Okay. I have a feeling that's the issue. So what you're saying is that it worked. You took some profit or you got out of the trade, but your stop was still in place. And so if the stock approached that, it thinks it turns it into a long. That's what I think has happened. Okay. But to be absolutely sure, if you click on help and then send files to support, they can analyze it. Okay. They can actually analyze exactly what happened. But I think that is what has happened. You have to remember to get rid of your stop. If you get out of a trade, you got to get rid of your stop. The same thing can happen if you went long something, okay? Let's just say, for instance, I went long, S-O-N, I am long, but, and I had a stop down here. If I get out of the trade, the stop is not removed as far as I know. So that means that if it ever fell back down, it would turn into a short. Does that make sense? I mean, you may not like it, but I think that's the issue. You always have to. So you'd have to go in. I think anyway. I'm pretty sure that you'd have to go into your orders and delete the stop order. Otherwise, later on, it could turn into the reverse. But to be sure, in that toolbar, click on Help, and then it says Send Files to Support. Yeah, send the files, and then explain what happened. But I'm pretty sure that is the issue. I don't do it, you see, so. All right, guys, out of the sun. So I'm gonna put another alert up here at the 268. So basically got out. So it didn't do, I mean, it did okay. I mean, it made a little bit of money, but let me just try something, okay, Atul. I'm going to connect to the simulator because it should be the same in the simulator. So let's do it on the SONE or SONN. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's take 500 shares. I'm going to go right in at market order because it's only a penny spread. Okay. I'm going to put a stop in, say at 240. Add the stop. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of the trade, flatten it, Looks like it is, well, it might be something else, but I do know that was an issue. It may be in the more the automated, because I don't see the stop here anymore. It looks like it has been canceled. But I'm pretty sure that other people have said the same type of thing. And if you do not get rid of your stop, and maybe in the manual way, that doesn't matter. Let me try the buy here. Just waiting to see take the trade. Come on, take the trade. Okay, let me move this down a bit. Okay, took the trade. Let me exit the flatten the trade. No, it is canceling it. No, wait a minute. Yeah, your best bet is to send the files to, okay? I mean, I don't see the stops. I think there's a way though where the stop still remains even when you get out of the trade, and then if it comes back to the stop price, it'll take the order. I just can't remember what scenario it'll do that, but maybe that's what's happening. So Pepe is asking the question. I'm assuming you did it through B plus. Too bad. I thought there'd be better follow through for the SONN once it got through that 255 mark. But look at it now. Okay. But that's why you have a stop, guys. Okay. That is why you have a stop. Boy, this is another catastrophe here. Look at TIL. Did see this one, and I don't think I put it for some reason. I didn't. Maybe the volume wasn't that great or something. But this is an all-time low. Now, of course, not counting the pre-market today, but this is an all-time low now for TIL. And another, one of these ones, enrollment pause in the cancer therapy trials. Well, this is still kind of strong. I mean, it's still PFMT, it's still kind of hanging over the 200 and moving average at 234. And where could it go? Let's see. Well, the next high looking left is 262. So a little bit of room. It's not enough room for me, but a little bit of room. Some of you, if you have a tight enough stop, I guess, but I wish this one here, I wish the next high was up around 3. So that's is preventing me from taking this trade. Okay, anything else kind of shaking in here? All right, let's take a look at some of the large cappers. Wow, look at GME. Whew, 34 down to 28, guys. My guess is AMC is doing the same thing. These poor people who buy this and then just looking at some of these early ones from the large cap. This is an earnings play, actually, JELD, just kind of basing here. Kind of see if it takes out, what did it get up to in the pre-market? Got up to 1180. I mean, if it takes out 11 on some volume, it might get rolling again. That's a JELD. Yeah, I know. You mentioned this one earlier, Zach. I know. I mean, this IC has been absolutely amazing. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah. Just checking some stocks I have in my watch list. See if there's anything interesting that's happening. All right. Somebody asked me about RES. Well, I mean, I was saying it'd be nice at 1050 on that pullback, but it has kept running. The next high looking left was at, what was I looking over here? Yeah, so it gets through 11. I mean, it's got some room, I guess. You can see right over here, lots of action right around 11. If it can pop through that, then the next high is 1172. I think this is what I was looking at. Yeah, so if it can get through 11 somehow, RES, and like probably a lot of energy plays, they're looking like this. No, they're choppy day on the SPY though. I mean, look at the SPY, guys. Look at the, it's not so much even the up and down. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. Nothing smooth about it. All right. CNCE through the VWAP. What sort of room does this have? There's the high of the day is around 633. So CNCE is, well, it's at the VWAP sort of 602. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Choppy. Look how choppy this Veru is. VERU. That's why that AT&M for a long time was probably one of the better. In fact, it's not bad now. I mean, it did have the pullback. Wow, 1239. That's a pretty big pullback. But up to that point right there, I mean, this was a really pretty steady up. Hit the 310 mark. Well, okay, Rite Aid, RAD. I mean, the next high looking left is 574 or so, 568. It's pulled back. It's kind of held these two moving averages, the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA, a little over 5. But I mean, this is, I think, didn't they file for bankruptcy last week or Chapter 11 or something? Talking about RAD. Had earnings, no, has earnings are coming up. And again, market trying to come back a little bit again. I did see this one in the strength alerts. 586 was the trigger. So I guess, I don't think it hit 586 today. This is in the strength alerts, or swing trading, whatever you want to call it, in that channel. Sort of interesting, but it's really not doing much. And I'm talking about the IBRX. All right, let's back up ATNM and see where the next highs are on that daily chart. When? So the next highs are, well, that's 13 right there. So to back it up even further. All right, go to a monthly chart or a weekly chart. Well, it looks like on the weekly chart, looks like the next high, is that right? 1830. I mean, this has got some room on a weekly chart. This has got a ton of room still. 1318, I'm sorry, 1318 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for ATNM. This is back in November, almost 2 years ago, November of 2020, almost 2 years ago. Man, I mean, if it gets through that, then you've got way over here, 1947. So this should be watched tomorrow. I already had a great day and, well, a great week last week and a continuation week. Remember, this is only the first day. So, and what did it get to in the pre-market? Yeah, I mean, it got through that high of 1318. So that's what I'm going to do. Just stick an alert, price alert at say 1326 or so, and see if it takes it out. Because after that, on the weekly chart, it's got a ton of room. Funny, Vicky. The gated complex doesn't allow kids. No kids allowed. Leave the kids in. Yeah, they know not to come. Whew, all right, guys. A moment here. Well, guys, I am not really seeing too much. Boy, this one's got a lot of shorts at Interactive Broker. So look, let's take a look. I mean, TCN, position and lifetime range. So it's right near the low. This could be the lifetime low, or in this area, 783. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any specific reason for it. All right, so with the SONN, what I'm doing, I think I put a price alert still up in this. Yeah, I put a price alert. I know it sounds crazy, but 267, which looks like it's the high of the day. Because I think I know if traders, if they see it take out the high of the day, and then they're going to look left and they're going to see, well, still got some room. So we'll see if it takes it out. Disappointed that it didn't keep going for a while. But I guess how can I, it's already up 106%, but well, here's another one that actually had a pretty good day. I mean, only one pullback really. GLP. It's not an earnings play, kind of an energy play. So you don't care about the VWAP, Vicky? I'm just looking at TSP. The VWAP's at 357. The cross may have, I don't know what time frame you're talking about, but don't care about the VWAP? Okay. Okay, if that's the case, Atul, you really have to then, I think you probably already done it, is send the files to support. It's impossible for me to know why that happened. What they do is they send the files, you send the files to support, they'll take a look at the log and they'll try to figure out what happened, okay? Well, guys, SONN, I mean, it's still kind of interesting. Problem is that big red candle, which is probably the biggest of the day on the 15, it's a bit of a confidence destroyer, because you're just kind of looking at this and well, could it happen again? Unless it really, really takes this out on lots of volume and just starts to run. I mean, it could happen later on. Oh, okay, a tool right here. If you click on help, not within Brokerage Plus, okay? So you click on help, and then where it says send files to support. And then they'll be able to check what happened in Brokerage Plus. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, by the way, okay? So if you just locate the help, the help option in the toolbar, and then click on it, and then where it says send files to support, it'll send, and then indicate that you're looking. I think you might have to send an email saying, hey, something's going on with Brokerage Plus, but it'll be pretty evident, I guess, that that's what your issue is. So it's not within Brokerage Plus. It's from the toolbar. Okay. Now, are you? Well, yeah. So it's impossible for me to know. Okay, you're going to have to send. But if your strategy is a long strategy and it didn't execute long, well, again, it's impossible for me to know. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not the person who analyzes the logs, but Chris usually, but he's had an issue today with his power. Okay, but Chris is really good at analyzing the logs and to see what is happening within Brokerage Plus. Okay. So do you see the help option? I answered you before, Michael. Yes. If you're, yes, Michael. I answered you before. Maybe you have me on mute. Do I know why the Doji alert does not catch it? Are you talking about intraday Doji? I've never used it, but let's take a look. It may be, okay, so let's just see what it says because it could be a volume confirmation. Let's take a look at Doji. Okay, 15-minute. Oops. Let's click on the help. So because the closing price is so specific, we only report these at the end of the time frame. So I don't know if that's the issue. Okay. But that makes sense. I mean, you can't know it's a doji until the end of the time frame. But give me an example of what you were talking about. What stock? As an example. But it has to wait to the end of the time frame because how does it know it's a doji until the time frame is until the end of it? So where is a doji here? Are you talking about? So I don't know if that qualifies as a doji. You talking about the previous 15-minute candle, the one at 130? Are you talking about October 18th? I don't know. I mean, are you talking about a daily doji? I thought you said a 15-minute. I mean, I can't go back to the 18th. So what do you mean by 10/18? Are you talking about October 18th? because we're October 31 right now. I cannot go back and, I mean, I guess theoretically it's possible, but so Igor, is that what you meant? October 18th? A 15-minute candle in October 5th on October 15th? How would you even know that, to be honest? All right, guys. Well, SONN is inching its way again. Just don't have a lot of faith in it, though, that it would really have to take out that high on good volume. A little energy play that is usually run with NINE. So I expect a lot more action tomorrow, guys. There'll be a lot of this week. About 1,000 companies are releasing earnings. I mean, there are companies that release Monday morning before the market opens, but we'll see a lot tomorrow because the earnings plays will be those that release after hours today, plus tomorrow before the market opens. So my guess is that we will see a lot more earnings plays tomorrow and for the balance of the week. Yeah, so Atul, there's no way you can do it. I mean, if you get rid of all you're talking about trades, well, you can flatten every single trade to get out, if that's what you mean. So if I had a series of trades, I could highlight them all, flatten them to get me out of every one of them. Is that what you mean? Question was, is there a way to clear up all the simulator data? So if I take this trade right here, SONN, 500 shares, buy. Ooh, shoot. I wanted to take this one on that sort of a break, and here I am. Well. Where am I? SONN. So 500 shares, buy, send. Now it may be that it takes to the end of the day. I should know this stuff, but so even if I think what you're trying to do or say is that, you've got, we start everybody out with $100,000 in the simulator. Now I think there's a way, I don't know, there's a way to adjust how much. I think you can create your own little not program, but this is simulated trading default. I think you can create your own and put as much money as you want into it, well, up to 100,000. But I think, yeah, I mean, if I get rid of if I had a whole series of them and I just exit them all, I think that's a way to clear it up. Yeah, I mean, Chris knows all this way more than I do. Creating a new simulator account. Chris would have today being the day that his power goes out because he's a way bigger user of Brokerage Plus than I am. That's what I thought. Click on the accounts tab and then right click, add a new simulated trading default. There you go, or trading account. So if you get that accounts tab up and running, and then right click in here, there's that 100,000 buying power. And so add new simulated trading default. You can give it a name and then add it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to have it reset, I mean, I wish you could do. The reason why we're not allowing people to reset on their own is we've been trying to get this. We'd like to start some kind of a contest, okay, so that people in a simulator can practice trading, and somebody who, I don't know, after 1 week or 1 day or whatever. But we can't have people just deleting trades that didn't work. So, or starting from zero, or starting from 100,000 again. That's the reason why we don't. But if you want to get back to 100,000, you can always email support. But that's sort of archaic. But that's the way you can do it. I did not see that. Real. I did not see that. I'm assuming you banned him. Did not see it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. So at 11 o'clock. So yeah, I mean, so 11 o'clock on the 18th. Talking to somebody, 11 o'clock. Oh, on the 28th. I still, for me to go back and so why are you even looking at the 20? Well, the 28th was what, on Friday, I guess. The 15-minute chart on, okay, well, let's see. At 11 o'clock. I don't see a doji at 11 o'clock. Okay, good, Atul. I don't see a doji at 11 o'clock for Melly on at 11 o'clock. Sorry, right there, 11 o'clock. I see there it is. That's the, I don't see that that's a doji, number one. Any advice on how to trade earnings plays? Yeah, don't do it before earnings, okay? Seriously, I never, ever, ever, ever anticipate what an earnings release is going to be. So I never take a trade before earnings. So in other words, somebody could, if a company has earnings after hours today, I'm not going to take the trade, I don't know, 10 minutes before the market closes in anticipation of what I think might be good or bad. That's just my style. I will trade, earnings is like anything else. I mean, here's Guild as an example. It just turns into like, why did Guild keep going higher on Friday? It was an earnings play. Was I going to anticipate that they was going to have good earnings? There's Thursday. That's where it closed on Thursday at $70. Yeah, it opened at 74, but it could have just as easily opened down here. So I never personally, I never. If you're asking me like advice on how to trade earnings, if you're asking me how to do it before the actual report, I never do it. Never, never, never. I'll wait for them to have earnings and then I'll see what's happening. The one thing I would suggest though is that, a company that has, a strong reaction to earnings, probably watch the next day just to see if there's some kind of continuation. Guild has not had, tremendous continuation, but it could maybe tomorrow. Takes out that high on Friday, 79.66. Maybe today's just resting. But we've seen many times where a company has earnings and then, for 2 or 3 days, keep following it because you could have just a great second and third and fourth day reaction to earnings if that helps. But I never take anything ahead of earnings. I don't care what I read. I could go to, post after post saying, oh, they're going to have blowout earnings. I don't care. I just don't do it. You see what happened with the SONN? Did not anticipate the break. There's that blue line that's still there. You can't maybe see it. Did not get up there. and now it's fallen back down again. So you can save yourself a lot of grief, if you just have the patience to let something happen rather than trying to anticipate that it will happen. Well, I mean, this still looks, really strong, this ATNM. It's still got that room, right? What did I say? $18, I think, if it got through 1320. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I know I have to repeat myself, but I don't want people to be misled that just because I say there is room, there it is, like 1318. So it got up to what, 1338. It did pop through that briefly, but when you look on the weekly chart, I mean, look at the room it's got, 1830. But when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying when you look, at least you're taking chart resistance, some chart resistance out of the equation of about why a stock may not keep going higher. So I'm just going to stick another price alert around 1326 and see if it takes it out later. The spread's been a mini issue, minor issue maybe. It's got a 5-cent spread right now. Now, there are those that would say, I mean, I know Steve Gomez would never take a trade like this. He would wait for it to pull back to the 8 EMA or the 10 SMA. And for the VWAP players, maybe you'd even wait, probably won't happen, but that has to be, part of your trading plan. Because he would be looking at this and thinking, well, you're just chasing it right now. And it could be entirely correct. I see things a little bit differently that if it could get, hold 13 for a bit and then pop right through on volume, I wouldn't wait for it to come back down to 1269, but that's a trading plan. Wait for come back down to that orange level, which is the 8 EMA or the 10 SMA, which is the blue line on the chart on a 15-minute. That could be your trading plan. You could practice that. So I put an alert, in that area and see if it pulls back to that area and that holds it. In fact, why don't I do that? Stick an alert, a price alert around 1274, and which is going to be just around that, that area, and see if it pulls back to that area and holds and then bounces off that. See, I'm not a big pullback player, but I mean, I will look at something like that. All right, guys, so I just did get a message from Chris, and there will be no 3:30 to 4:30 in YouTube today. His power is kind of flickering on and off, and he's obviously been talking to the whatever power company he uses in New York area. So it is not reliable. So there will be no YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 today, okay? Yeah, he says the power is flickering on and off and keeps flashing on and off since 10:45 his time. So anyway, guys, just to let you know, I think it's well, I can't remember the last time he couldn't be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So yeah, I don't think I'll step in for him. The whole idea is that after 6 hours, my voice is gone. My mind is gone. Ooh, boy, YMAB making another new low, guys. YMAB, another new low. New all-time low. Oh, I got the weekly chart up. Well, I certainly could be counting a lot more if I had hopped on any one of those two shorts, the TSP or the YMAB. Well, underneath 4 now for YMAB. This could go, I mean, my goodness. I mean, there's no obviously no support because this is an all-time low now. No support chart-wise. Boy, this escaped me today. SLS, look at this one. So a few days ago, took out the 200-day, and another, relatively low float, 20 million in the float. Probably, well, I don't know, 20 million. Probably did a reverse split at some point in its life. Oh, that's right. Look at this, guys. I remember this now. Look at the room it's got on the daily chart. The next high is 713. I'm not saying it's getting there, but boy, oh boy, it has to be watched now. Again, 5 may stall it for a while, but I mean, just look at that daily chart. So that happened today, actually. So that is that 425. And it closed at 427 on Friday. For some reason, I did not have this in my watch list, and it should have been in my watch list for sure. Okay, for you sober players, SOBR. Sort of an interesting pattern, guys. I mean, this is maybe coming off the, well, trying to come off the bottom. So you've got your uptrend on the 15 minute. You've got that red candle, totally engulfed by that previous green candle. Next candle is green. And the trigger would be about 308 or so. So this is what is called a red barred Nord. Okay, so you've got an uptrend, a pause on the uptrend, and then a continuation maybe. What time is it now? 2:14. So this has another 3 seconds to close. So this could get it. I mean, it's already had a nice run, but this could be just the pause. But again, one of the ugly, ugly daily charts that you can see, topping, especially all these topping tails. Holding the holding the VWAP. 302 is the VWAP. So above the VWAP for the sober, SOBR. Low float, 5.5 million. Look at Snap from our YouTube room. Somebody's saying, take a look at Snap, greater than $1 or $10 now. Yeah, I mean, it's hanging around that 10 level. What is the next high looking left? 1136. Again, got destroyed earnings. There's a big, big gap down on earnings it had right here. Trying to recover a bit. All right, so this one, again, this is for only experienced traders, but ZIP is showing up on Zach's bottoming scan, 1675. Where are the lows? 1685, 1682, and then the next low looking left is 1642. So might have some support right around this area. So let's see, ZIP, it's not an earnings play. Bit of a spread issue, not horrible. 79.85, 1679, 1685. Just watching this, guys, see if it has any sort of bounce in it. I mean, the alert came in at 1675, so it's kind of still there. And that's the ZIP or ZIP. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I just have an adjustment to make on one of my other screens. Hmm. DCFC. I don't think I've seen that one today. Anyway, DCFC moving. Let's take a look at DCFC. Yeah, actually, I thought for some reason I thought this was going to be a sub $1 stock, but volume isn't terrible. 1.3 times normal. The next high looking left is 230. I mean, it's got some room. The high in the pre-market was 220. And is there any news on this one? No, it's on an earnings play. So I don't see any news on it. Doesn't have to be news, but the next high actually though is Friday's high of 206. So that could stall it. 206, that could stall it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, zip is zipping along, guys. Zip is zipping along. Oop, looking pretty ominous now for SONN, guys. SONN looking pretty ominous now. That looks like could be tout fini. All done. Definitely in scalp mode for me, boy. I'm not. I don't try to take trades thinking I'm just going to try to scalp it. I mean, it's just you've got to be quick. Nothing seems to be trending. The stuff I'm looking at anyway, trending as well. I was like it to. Remember amps? Remember amps? Oh no, I'm thinking of Ampex. So there's some volume that just came into amps, AMPS. And the next high looking left is 1020. After that, it is 1041. Yeah, actually, the spread's okay. A couple of penny, just a penny on the amps, AMPS. Problem is that 1020 is right there. Boy, it'd be great if if you look left and the next high was way up here around 11, that'd be awesome. But might be some little areas of concern to get through. But some volume came in. That's half the volume of the day is right here on that candle. That's the previous 15-minute candle. So half of the volume of the day is right here. So normally Indo kind of runs or is the leader of these little crazy energy plays. But nine, yeah, nine's on its own. Nine is really, yeah. 584 is the next high looking left. So it's a little bit above that or right at it. And zip takeout 17 in any concerned effort, concerted effort. Okay, AMPS is it's definitely interesting. All this volume that just came in. Lots of shares available to short though. So 1.3 million at Interactive Brokers. So there could be some shorting pressure, especially, because of that 1020 is pretty close. Okay, guys, the silver's on the move a little bit here. Okay, the silver's on the move just a little bit. Yeah, you took that. Yeah, I recall now at 290. Yeah. Okay, guys, ATNM. Wow. I mean, this has got that 1339, so it's above that level. The 1318. I mean, on that weekly, it's got all that room to 18 something. At least I have to put it on my like list. Well, okay, you're making me look at it, but I certainly very big disappointment. To me anyway, I thought, wow, once this took out this area here, it might just rock, but no way. Very, very, very choppy. Yeah, I don't see that, William, but hey, you never know. I mean, there's the VWAP at 313. Such a low float. Look at the volume. I mean, so this is one that Andy talked about on Friday in the YouTube room. I think he's in this one. I think he took out half his position, GRTS. The 200-day is, not that far away. I think it had some kind of an upgrade to 6 today from Piper Sandler. Yeah, 6. Come on, Zip, take out 17. Acor, haven't seen it. Well, that's the reason I haven't seen it today is because my minimum is $1. So now it's starting to show up. Big move, big move, 64% ACOR. But I will only see this once it breaks $1, and that's why I didn't see it earlier. Through the 200-day moving average now, 97. What sort of room does this have? Is there any news on this one? Yeah, okay. So providing upbeat guidance amid plans to grow, however you pronounce that, in Brija, if that's the Spanish way of saying it. Wow. Read what they try to do. So this is inhalation powder, levodopa, levodopa. Well, guys, I mean, the amps, if it takes out 1020, then the next level is 1041. But look what it did. What did it get up to? 1017. And again, that high looking left is 1020. So that may stall it right there. Just one little day, one little topping tail, that can stall it. All right, come on. Zip, take out 17, get me out of the trade, or look at that 15 minute. I mean, I'm just thinking if it can take out 17, but there's the VWAP. I should have looked. So there's the VWAP. So that could easily stall it. Well, I actually didn't realize, I should have looked. I didn't realize that the VWAP was so close to Zip. So that is influencing me right now. Yeah, so I'm turfing this, guys. The Zip, I'm out of it. If it takes out the VWAP, but even then, I mean, maybe it's got a shot to the 1740 level, but it's got to take out the whole number. It's got to take out the VWAP. It may be too much to ask. Well, I was long Zip on. That was from Zach's bounce play, 1675. Who was talking about it? There it is, right there, 1670, 1675. But I neglected to look at that VWAP. Yeah, I mean, Meta, we talked about Meta, and yeah, I had to go on a monthly chart, look at a monthly chart, and man, I mean, it's looking at the next low looking left is 7 years ago, I believe. Well, there was a low at 85, 85.72. That's back in, well, that's 2015. And then after that, another low of 72, again in 2015. Some real, I mean, staggering. AT&M guys is now, looks like it wants to move. Missed it. Missed it, missed it, missed it. Son of fill in the blanks, guys. I mean, again, looking left, I'm not saying it's getting there, but 18 is the next high in the daily chart, I believe, or the weekly chart. But I just missed getting it. Now, I would not have been holding on very long, but we'll see. I mean, this has to be watched tomorrow. AT&M. That's why I have it hearted, so I will be watching it tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's still whippy. All right, guys, 2:45. So typically what I do is I'll put myself on mute at about 3 o'clock. I'll hop back on the mic if I've got anything to say. And if you have any questions, I'll certainly hop back right back on the mic and answer them. And remember, today there is no YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris is having power issues at home, so he says it's just not reliable enough. So I do apologize for that. So another way to use this also, guys, I mean, as a watch list for the next day, okay? When I say this, I'm talking about the this watch list that's automatically created from the winners, okay? So what I'd be doing is at the end of the day, say 4 o'clock Eastern time, of course, click on the alerts and just see how much room a stock still has. I mean, I'm not going to, Sun still looks interesting. This is not, again, I'm never going to swing anything like this, but it should be watched tomorrow in case it has a second day continuation because of the room it's got. ARAV, it's a pretty big pullback. But again, if it holds over the 200-day moving average, maybe it has a continuation tomorrow. HOTH, a lot of these are looking the same. A huge topping tail. I mean, I wouldn't look at this one at all. I mean, it's gone negative. HOTH, it's actually gone negative. I mean, some sketchy news popping it higher. Oh, that was shortable too. Maybe not when that happened. I think there's only 5,000 shares at Interactive Brokers right now. Never swing. I would never be swinging this little bio. That's me and me alone. Okay, it's just to me. I mean, listen, but don't yell at me if it goes to $3 tomorrow. Okay, I just don't believe in swinging these. It's up 64%. I mean, anything can happen. It's through the 200-day. I guess if it can hold over $1, but where are you going to put your stop? Where are you going to put your stop if it doesn't work for you? 80 cents. Hey, Mitch, good to hear. I mean, that's always the key, right? So even on a swing trade, where are you going to put your stop if you're going to swing this? And this is certainly not a recommendation to swing this, but where are you going to put your stop? The low of today, 64 cents. Now, so if you were going to do that, let's do some math. See, to me, there looks like there's too much resistance, between in that 120 level, as an example, okay? So where would you be putting your stop if you're going to swing this? This is just an exercise, okay? I mean, a lot of people will put the stop at the low of the daily candle. I mean, that's you can do that. Maybe down here, on that 15-minute chart, maybe. But if you're going to do that, as an example, let's make the math super simple. That'd be about a 30-cent stop. Okay. That means you've got to be able to look at a chart and hope to get 60 cents at least, a 1 for 2. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to take it. That means that means 60 cents. That means you have to a reasonable expectation that this could get to 170. So when I look at the daily chart, how could I possibly think that? When I see all this at 120, 170 is way up here. I mean, I'm not saying it can't do it, but you've got to get through all this. So that to me makes it not swingable. Now, depends where you put your stop, of course, but if you have a tight stop on something like this, you could easily get stopped out. All out of the zip, guys, obviously. I mean, that could not take out 17. So does that make sense, Baba? Remember, well, anyway, the way I look at everything is I will not take a trade unless I have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk, just for example, if I'm going to risk 10 cents on a trade, I have to be able to look at a chart and see that it could move 20 cents before any chart resistance, or maybe a VWAP, or maybe the 200-day. I have to see clear sailing. Doesn't mean it's going to do that, but I don't want to see any chart resistance unless I can reasonably expect to make at least a 1 for 2. Some will say it's got to be a 1 for 3. That'll be up to you. But right now, I look at Acor just as an example, just a purely mathematical example of why I wouldn't take this. Why MAB? Why not me? Man, oh man, what a catastrophe. 4 days ago, this was a stock that was up to $16, $4 now. Imagine if you were in this and you got stubborn. It'll come back. It'll come back. It'll come back. It'll come back. every time down. And we've all done it. If you're honest with yourself, you know we've all done this, including myself. Not in recent memory, but for sure. Well, I hope I didn't talk. Whoever asked me about the res, I had my reservations thinking that, yeah, it'd be a nice trade if you got it down in this 1050 level. I think it was up at 1070, but this has definitely moved. I mean, it's moved well, RES. And it's got the, 1140. And then if it can take that out, I mean, your fantasy area is right up here around 13 if you look left on that chart, daily chart. All right, guys. One last time looking at my home page, all the information that is there. I think tomorrow we'll have a lot more earnings bites for sure. And companies that you don't often hear about. And that's what I like. I don't care that much about the big guys, but we'll see a lot more companies that you probably haven't heard that much about releasing earnings tomorrow and for the rest of the week. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So that test drive 25 is still alive. I think it's to November 6th. I think. Okay, so you can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. What I would do is, if you're still unsure, what I would do is I would take out a monthly subscription. Click on that monthly. This is what it'd be, 118 or 228. You'll get the 25% off the first month only. And if you like it enough that you want to go to an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 25%. Or you can just stay on a monthly. There's no problem staying on a monthly. Just know that that's what you'll pay going forward after that first month of 25% off. Okay. And the big difference is the AI. It's kind of a spotty day for the AI today. And if you do take out a subscription, you've got to do this. So let's get started. Okay, 10 videos, short, take you about 30 minutes for startup and login. Toolbar and oops, missed one. Well, actually, sorry. The download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Daily stock of the day video. I do a video at noon. You can sign up for it right here. It is free, of course. The trade of the week. It is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How is shop doing right now? I think it triggered. I know it triggered. So again, that trigger was 34.80. In this market, if you took this trade at 34.80 and it got up to 36.18 and you didn't take some, I know these are designed for longer term trades. I get it. But boy, in this market, I'd be very quick to take some profit at least. Maybe you want to hang on to a bit, see if it really runs. But I just think in this market, pretty tough to swing trade. So if you sign up for this, again, this is a free service. Now, if you do sign up and you don't think you're getting it, please click your spam folder, or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And of course, the education, lots of education right here. You don't have to worry about everything that's in the user guide, but there's a getting started. At least know what an alert window is and a top list window is and about the racing. After that, you can start looking at other things, how to create a price alert, a sound alert on your alert windows so that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at, etc. But you don't have to learn everything right off the bat, but make sure you understand what an alert window is, a top list window, and the stock racing. Now, as I've said, Chris will not be normally 3:30 to 4:30 when I shut down the main room. Chris takes over in our YouTube room, but he's having issues today, power issues. So no YouTube today, okay? Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. In the Back to Basics, Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put all this together. Great course if you are new to trading, okay? It's a free resource. And then my scans, here are my scans that I'm sharing. The two races, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And some other scans, you heard me refer to Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. I really think this is only for experienced traders. But here are the scans that I'm sharing. So if you save my link, then of course you can, you can look at my scans anytime you want, the education. And if you do take out a subscription, if you use my link, it helps the room, keeps the room free. And yes, I do get a little cut. Yeah, so Michael, you keep asking more fundamental questions, and I know Chris always says he doesn't look at fundamentals. It's just chart related. So your BRN, I don't know. To me, it's a very choppy looking chart. It's up a little bit, but no volume. Talking to someone in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, YMAB is continuing to grunt at me. This is I have an alert, sound alert on this, which is a pig grunting at me. So I hear it over and over and over again. There was the original alert at 454, 382 now. And this is one of the scans I'm sharing. Look at this SPY, up, down, down again. All right, guys. It is now 3 o'clock. I may as well just keep on the mic until 3:30. So if you have any questions, ask them now, please. Look at this market. Yikes. And another one that's an all-time low that I saw earlier did not show up my 10-day daily breakdown. There must have been a reason. One of the filters was not met, but there's TIL, another all-time low. Yeah, SONN looks pretty dead to me, Poe. I know you have a stop in place, so you're not going to get hurt, but boy, that looks pretty game over. Now there's the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP holds it. Maybe 220 is the VWAP. Maybe that holds it. Maybe you get a bounce off that VWAP. But sounds like you're out of it if you had a 230 stop. But let's see. I mean, look at that VWAP. I mean, maybe that holds it. That 370, sorry, 220. There's that purple line right on my 15-minute chart. Maybe that holds it for a bit anyway. Boy, another one, GDS. Look at this, almost a lifetime low for GDS. Well, Zip had a little bounce, but not a lot. So now look at the VWAP used to be 1705, I think. So as the price moves down, now there's the VWAP for Zip, 1699. Oh yeah, that AT, I'm not in it, but that ATNM, well, I wanted to get in around the 1320 mark, and I just missed my entry, though I may have been stopped out, or I would have taken some profit for sure. ATNM though, I mean, it's still, there's a red bar ignored actually. Red bar ignored. What a move now, guys. Look at this AT&M. What a move. Low float, 24 million. 63 times normal volume up to this point of the day. Big red candle now on the SPY. Remember the Dow was mildly positive before, the SPY was kind of flat. Now, let's see what has changed. Yeah, the energy still is reasonably strong, but I can see right off the bat that the last time we looked at the technology stocks, again, this is the change from the open. It was, I think it was more like 65% were green, now only 34. So a lot of them are giving it up. Energy is still the strong sector. Still 100% are up from today's open. That doesn't mean though that they're, they could be drifting down, but they're still above today's open. AGLE, low float, okay, CAM. Now trying, yeah, trying. The high on Friday was $1.12. Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. I mean, if this takes out the high of Friday, I mean, then the next high, look, well, you have the 200-day at 150 or so. And then over here, you've got 164. So yeah, I mean, it's got some room if it can hold over $1 and maybe take out Friday's high, and then it may challenge the 200-day. That would be certainly on a percentage basis. If I got anywhere close to this would be okay. But it's sub $1. It was sub $1 for a reason. But there is a there is a symbol ICU. We saw that one earlier today. All right, well, here's one just underneath the VWAP, SCPL, underneath the VWAP. So silver didn't really move. Look relatively promising, but there's the VWAP, so it's just underneath the VWAP. Look relatively promising on that red bar ignored, but just did not want to move. I think there's a lot of, the confidence has been kind of destroyed after what happened on Friday and that today, for a while anyway. I don't know if Shady is still in this one, but okay, guys, I'm just going to maybe put myself on mute right now. What the heck? 15 minutes left. I guess I might as well hold on. Here's one. I mean, this RNLX, right? So, I don't think it's going to happen today, but another type of day, you can kind of see that if it could get over 2 again, could have a shot to that 225 and maybe run. I just don't think it's going to happen today. Boy, I'm staring at that ATNM. That was such a. I have to watch it tomorrow, though. I definitely have to watch it tomorrow. I mean, it's had a great 3-day run, 4-day run, 5-day run, one, two, three, four, five, 6th day. So it started at 7, almost a double. Hey guys, I'm going to be wrapping this up pretty quickly here. Again, I do apologize, no YouTube today. Okay, so if you're Thinking about listening to Chris for an hour. He won't be there today, so look at Son, how well that I mean, so far that VWAP is kind of holding it so far. That's the SONN. So what about Michael? What about Tell? Since this is a natural gas company, what would get you into this? I mean, it's just doing nothing for the last 3 weeks or so. Just because it's natural gas, they're not all the same, obviously. Has earnings in the second, but what are you going to do? Try to guess that earnings are going to be good or have a positive reaction? I mean, there's just nothing to see here right now. And I was talking to someone in our YouTube room. Well, there's Acor making a new high, guys. Acor is making a new high, ACOR, as did Tusk. Another energy play. So the energy stocks are certainly alive today. Probably another little bio, BD, yeah, Black Diamond, BDTX, another one that's, basically doubled in about 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. This is kind of fascinating. I mean, look how SONN is trying to hold the VWAP, trying. Another new low for TIL, another all-time low. Well, I mean, I guess we should watch this one tomorrow just in case. It's still at 50%. I'm talking about the EFSH. I have my doubts, but we should, I guess, watch it tomorrow and see if it has any sort of continuation. But it has come, way off the highs, 370 down to 280. That's a big percentage drop. EDTX or BDTX, Zach? Where's the B and the E on the keyboard? No? You could, no, I'm pretty sure you meant BDTX, right? Because there is no EDT. Well, there is, but it doesn't trade very much. Well, I guess the play on this one was to take fewer shares, wider stop, and then you can hang on through all the stuff that could happen, AT&M. All right, guys, I think that's it for me, okay? I normally do shut the rooms down, the main room down at 325, and then I hang on till Chris shows up in the YouTube room. But again, Chris is not going to be here today, so let me just get my script together. Okay, everybody, I will be shutting both rooms down right now. So thanks for all of the help today. Oops, give me a moment, get my script together. And I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow.